Hello and welcome or welcome back to the stream. Yes, I am in the void that exists deep within your soul. That is where I live. I live in the void. Oh, Ricochet's in the Twitch chat. Ricochet is the reason why I got my YouTube hours in, I think. Although I need to get like another 3,000 YouTube hours, apparently. I don't know. I don't know. I read somewhere like that I needed 1,000 and then nothing happened when I hit 1,000. So I think I need 4,000. But yes, the void inside your heart is filled by Pandadora, me. You need to watch my streams, otherwise you will feel empty and you will feel the urge to kill rising. So you have to watch my streams forever and ever and ever. I don't know what I'm saying. My nose is so cold and my hands are cold and my toes is frozen and my nose is frozen. Yeah. Yep. That's about it, really. What is everybody doing on this lovely Sunday? Sunday, bloody Sunday. Oh, Ricochet's on YouTube now. Ricochet's everywhere. Ricochet is everywhere all at once. Everything, everywhere, all at once. What's that movie? I don't know. I don't know what it's called. I'm not a cultured girl. Well, let's watch a video about all the different hells in Buddhism because it's interesting. Maybe that's what I should do. I should just like watch all my streams on like all the different platforms all at once. Just like gain my own hours, get in there with my own hours. Well, I know if it's coming from the same IP address. I don't even know. I don't even know how this shit works, to be honest. All right, let's get spooky. Spooky dooky. Am I way too silly of a person to like pull off it? Do I need to be serious? In this world, there are things that we cannot see, touch, and observe. What? You've been a bit sick, so you missed your gym session? Yeah. If I didn't go to the gym when I was sick, I just wouldn't go to the gym, so I don't know. I feel like I've had a cold for like the last 4 months straight, and it hasn't gone away, so I don't know. I should probably go see like a ENT about it or something. Maybe there's something else going on besides my lupus, because I just feel constantly like when I hear myself back, I'm like, do I sound like that or do I have a cold? And then I'm like, yeah, kind of had a cold, because I started streaming on like the 15th or 16th of May this year, and I've pretty much constantly had a blocked nose since then. And like I typically do have like colds and flus for like half the year, but I still feel like this has been like the same one, like the same, I don't know, just feels yucky. All right, let's do some theology. The hells of Buddhism. Apparently there are a lot. There are many. Let's have a propaganda. The storm has been wild. Yeah, no, I've just been staying inside. Yeah, the weather has been freaking crazy. It almost makes you wish that you lived in another state, and then you remember, no. See, the thing with me is like Melbourne's pretty much the ideal place for me to live because of my lupus, right? Because if I lived in New South Wales or like Queensland or somewhere where like the weather's nice, I would really feel depressed that I'm missing out, right? I'm missing out on like going and sitting in the sun, going to the beach, like enjoying the outdoors. But because like it's so like gross in Melbourne. It's like, oh, what am I missing out on? Walking through the Antarctic winds and the fucking penguins, waddling around the freaking streets or whatever. No, thank you. I feel way less FOMO being in Melbourne. It's like, well, what was I going to go and enjoy anyway? The lovely poo brown river that runs through the center of town. No, thank you. So, you know, it's yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Wondrium, we're going to watch a video from Religion for breakfast. Ooh. Usually I just have a coffee, but you know, religion for brekkie, that could be a thing, I guess.
By Wondrium. Descriptions
Ooh.
of people laying on iron beds with nails driven through their bodies, or having their intestines filled with blazing iron pellets. These might not sound like any Buddhist text you've ever heard of, but in fact they come from some of the earliest Buddhist texts. These are descriptions of Buddhist hell realms, called Naraka in Sanskrit. While hell realms seem pretty distant from the serene meditating monks and mindful contemplation that Buddhism is usually associated with in the Western imagination, when compared to other religious traditions, Buddhism actually has some of the most elaborate and most extensive hell realms in the history of religion. Buddhist texts first describe hell in detail in the Devadatta Sutra, which is part of the Pali Canon, or the first collection of Buddhist teachings. In this text, the Buddha tells the story of an evil man who gets dragged to hell at the end of his life. While there, the man is interrogated by Yama, the king of hell, on whether he turned his mind to Buddhist practice while alive. Yama says, "Did you notice the divine signs around you? A child being born, a man getting old, sick, and dying, and not realize that you too were subject to rebirth and must one day pay for your evil deeds?" The man, of course, did not, and is subsequently condemned to torture in hell for his poor conduct while alive. The text describes him as running through a forest of leaves that slice off his fingers and toes one by one, of being boiled alive in a river of lye, of having molten metal poured into his mouth. Really gruesome stuff, but from the
Does Buddhism have a hell-free image in the West? I think it does. And look, Buddhism varies like so much from culture to culture. Like in Vietnam, Buddhism looks different to Japanese Buddhism, looks different to Chinese Buddhism, looks different to Indian Buddhism. Like it all varies quite substantially. In Japan, they have a period blood hell for women. It's just like this very misogynistic thing. Like basically like women can be punished for like having stillbirths. They can be punished for like just all of this misogynistic stuff. And there was even like this misogynistic cult of women that used to like enforce the rules of the period blood cult on like other women. They were like the original pick-me's. Oh, let's see if we can find a video about that actually. I think there might be a video about it. Period blood hell. Yeah, the hell for women who menstruate. So if you menstruate, which, you know, is necessary for the facilitation of life, you know, you need to have a cycle, you need to have a menstrual cycle in order to ovulate, in order to continue on the human species. But also, you're an evil, disgusting Jezebel, you stupid slut. The hatred for women is dying after childbirth, also straight to period blood hell. How fucking dare you, you stupid bitch.
After giving birth to your son is irritating, but imagine afterwards falling into a pool of blood in hell where you are tortured by demons for an eternity. How mad would you be at your son for having such a big head? But don't worry, you'll get your revenge. The kid's gonna have terrible birthdays. In medieval Japan, there was a Buddhist belief that women who died during childbirth went to the blood pool hell. Some even said not only women who died in childbirth, but all women went to this hell after death. It was a lake of menstrual and birthing blood, a gruesome fate. Even the Christians looked over and were like, man, that's wild, before burning in their lake of fire. The blood pool had these insects that tunneled into your flesh.
It's really amazing to me just how many people hate women just for existing. It's like, oh, I see you over there existing. Fuck you, you stupid bitch. It's like, it's insane to me. It's so, yeah, it's absolutely insane to me. Hell is actually a meditation technique rather than a reality. Pali is Theravada, which is old and basic. Basic, there are 4 lineages that don't use this meditation. I kind of thought of at least when I've been watching K-drama and they've had like Buddhist hells, like in a lot of Buddhist dramas, they'll have like, you know, the modern gods of like the shamanistic, indigenous Korean belief, and they'll also have like the Buddhist ones, and they'll kind of have them in modern context, right? So like the kings of hell are like working in offices and like, you know, they're processing all the dead and everything. And they'll be like, well, these kids, unfortunately, these kids that are innocent, they still have to go to this hell to purify their souls before like they are able to reincarnate and all of that. K-drama is really good. You should watch them. Well, there are in the way that it's practiced, like, so like, for example, like Kuan Yin or something like that is a goddess in Buddhism. Like, I'm not entirely sure how it works because it's not my, actually, I think it's a Q. But I think they're just people that achieve enlightenment, right? Kuan Yin is the name for the bodhisattva of compassion in Buddhism. Revered in East and Southeastern Asia, the name she who hears the cries of the world, and she is considered the female form of the bodhisattva. I'm probably butchering this. Kuan Yin is beloved for her mercy and is seen as the protector of the vulnerable and a symbol of benevolence in various religions, including Buddhism, Taoism, and Chinese folk religion. But yeah, like from my Western eyes, it seems like she's a goddess and like she's getting worshipped as a goddess, because there's a Buddhist temple not that far from where I live, like a few suburbs over from where I live, that's called like the Queen of Heaven, and they've got a big gold Kuan Yin statue. It's right on the river. If you ever go on like the western, I think it's the Sunbury line. If you ever go on the Sunbury line in Melbourne, you'll see it as you're crossing the Maribyrnong over into Footscray. It's right there. But yeah, I don't know how to explain it. But from my perspective, it looks like she's a goddess or something. Obviously, I'm not Buddhist. And I know Buddhism is like a philosophy. It's not a religion, yada, yada, yada. I get that, but I don't know how to reconcile those two ideas. So that's the way my little pea brain, you know, my little pea brain can conceptualize it.
And sucked your blood. They feasted on your insides and slurped up your bone marrow like pate. The women were shackled as demons forced them to drink the blood multiple times a day. If they refused, the demons would beat them with iron rods like husbands. So, what did women do to deserve such punishment? The Japanese always wanted to keep things pure. Basically, anything that made them say, ew, was impure. Women had that bloody ewy stuff coming out of them every month. They said menstrual and birthing blood spilled. So
shouldn't everyone just take themselves out? Because even the men grew inside the uterus, the disgusting uterus that belonged to that disgusting person who birthed them, right? So doesn't that mean that men, as soon as they become conscious of this fact, should just off themselves also? Like how? This is so dumb.
Pulled from women's bodies and touched the ground, offending the earth gods. When women washed their bloody garments in the river, it polluted the water, the same water that people drank from and Buddhist priests used to make their tea. And no one wants menstrual tea that often. How dare women? They can't just go around spreading their dirty bodily fluids everywhere without charging for it. That's bad business. Now, it did seem wrong that women were born sinful just because they had bodies with leaky pipes. They didn't do anything to deserve sin. That was unfair.
Hello, Dango. The fish pee. Yeah, the fish wee in the water. That's a good point, Hyperbovian. And the tadpoles and the frogs. They all be peeing in the water, but that's okay. But not women. Not you. How dare you? How dare you bear the burden of bearing human life, of bringing forth, you know, I don't know. It's just, what an existence to lead, guys. What an existence to lead.
What were they, Christians? Well, some wrinkly-brained Buddhist monks came up with an answer. Women must have done some horrible deeds in their past lives, some Walter White Homelander shit. So they had to be punished in this life by being reincarnated as women. Otherwise, they would have been born as men, obviously. Men's bodies are not dirty at all. Sutras are Buddhist scripture.
Anyway, I just wanted to talk about this hell because it made me laugh. And basically the like people that enforced like these ideas were like a bunch of pick-me women that went around shaming other women, even though they too were women and menstruated. Like dirty and disgusting people. But yeah, like I can't handle men that are squeamish about women's menstrual cycles. It's like, are you a fucking child? It's like the amount of men that claim to be heterosexual and then are like disgusted by women's bodies. It's like, I don't think you are heterosexual. Like, you seem to hate women. Not that gay men hate women, but you know what I mean. Like, it makes no sense. It's just nonsensical. That's my flippin' heading, guys.
Teleological perspective of the text's cosmology, this is all for his benefit. See, while in religions like Christianity, many adherents view hell as a place of eternal torment, in Buddhist traditions, hell is more of a temporary state, one of the 6 realms into which someone can be reborn based on their karma. Someone may suffer in hell for hundreds of thousands of years, but eventually, once their bad karma has been burned off, they'll be reborn in a different realm. What this means is that hell has an important function in Buddhism as a place to be punished so that a practitioner can have a better rebirth free of that bad karma. In fact, several texts describe Yama as a Buddha himself, who is actually acting compassionately for beings. This does not mean that Buddhists are excited to go to hell. Many contemporary Buddhists are deeply invested in encouraging others to Buddhist practice by communicating the potential future that awaits those who earn bad karma in this life. This is most obvious in the variety of life-size hellscapes built to communicate hell's realities. In Vietnam, the subterranean Am Phu cave in the Marble Mountains is believed to provide a glimpse of what hell might look like. Local Vietnamese artists have filled the cave with life-size dioramas of hellish torment, and the cave features a shrine where visitors can repent and confess their sins before climbing the stairs to the sunlit pavilion above. Many temples in Thailand feature similar hell theme parks, as does Japan's Senkoji Temple in Osaka, which features a similar display, complete with presentations that light up as you walk along the path. As part of the experience, visitors complete a questionnaire detailing their...
Maybe we should watch the AI videos. Some person came in here yesterday and was like telling me how to do my content and was like, why don't you make your like own videos from scratch? And I'm like, cause I have a full-time job and I'm disabled and I have no energy as it is and I don't get paid for this. Like, are you okay? Go watch other videos on the internet. Like, there's a lot of them out there. But yeah, that did my head in. It's like, do you think I have time? Do you think I have time to sit here and like, yeah, craziness.
Own activities in this life to determine how likely they are to go to hell themselves. The temple also features a large stone with a hole cut into it. If you stick your head inside the hole, you can supposedly hear the screams of those in hell. The brothers behind the popular herbal lotion called Tiger Balm built a...
Oh, my dad always makes me get him Tiger Balm. I used to have that like smeared all over my body when I was a kid. Anyone else have like Tiger Balm smeared all over them as a kid? My dad used to use it on everything. Every time I had like a complaint about something, Tiger Balm. Smear that shit everywhere. Good stuff. And now like, now I'm always the one that has to get it from my dad because he lives in a very, very, very white town. So no Tiger Balm for him. So I have to get him Tiger Balm and and take it to him.
A similar park in Singapore called Haw Par Villa, where visitors can come to learn the importance of moral action and Buddhist practice. One version of Buddhist cosmology about these hell realms is laid out in the text Abhidharmakosha, which dates to the 4th century CE. The text describes 8 cold hells and 8 hot hells, with a near endless supply of what are called neighboring hells that allow for some local variation. There is the Blue Lotus Hell, where it's so cold that frostbite blisters form all over the skin. The liquid inside then freezes, causing the blisters to burst open.
Oh, this reminds me of when the nine-tailed fox on the Tale of the Nine-Tailed had to go to the frozen hell for I can't remember what he did. I think he tried to steal his dead girlfriend away from going to go be reincarnated. She was going across like the Samdo Chan River, which is like in Korean Buddhism, is like it's kind of like the river Styx that you cross over to like go to the realm of the dead or whatever to get reincarnated, and he tried to save her. That show's really good. You should watch it. The shows I recommend, the K-dramas I recommend, these are my top 2, are Hotel de Luna and The Tale of the Nine-Tailed. They're both very good. And they both have Buddhist concepts in them, along with a lot of like just Korean folklore and folk tales, and they're cool and I like them. And they're very good, and I recommend them.
Making it appear that the suffering being is covered in blue lotuses. There's the Black Line Hell, where black lines spontaneously appear on one's body. Hell workers then use knives to slice and dice the individual up along these lines. The recently chopped up person then spontaneously reforms to do it all again. Hell can provide a useful framework for historians to track how Buddhism transformed as it entered new areas. The concept of places of torment is so expansive and so imaginative that it enabled local Buddhist communities to develop their own hell-themed practices, texts, and stories. These usually revolve around the story of a devout Buddhist traveling through hell and returning with information on the horrors that they witnessed and what can be done to avoid that fate. This is a major theme of the Ghost Festival, versions of which are celebrated all throughout East Asia, but today we'll just focus on its iteration in China. In China, they celebrate the Ghost Festival every year on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, usually around the middle of August. Chinese Buddhists believe that if they give offerings of food and money to Buddhist monks on this day, it will aid the suffering of their ancestors in hell. The foundation of this festival is the story of the Buddha's disciple, Mulian or Modgadliana in Sanskrit. After the death of his parents, he takes vows to become a Buddhist monk and gains the ability to travel between realms from the power of his meditation. In this way, he discovers that his mother has been reborn in hell for sins like stealing for herself donations that were meant for Buddhist monks. Despite this, Mulian is a devoted son, and he searches through hell for his mother, finding all sorts of ghastly horrors along the way. Mulian eventually convinces the Buddha to help save his mother, and the Ghost Festival is created as a way for those in the future whose relatives may suffer. During the Ghost Festival, families come to the Buddhist temples to offer money and food to the monks, believing that in this way, their loved ones will be given comfort and sustenance in hell. They may also repeat these offerings individually at family grave sites or ancestral altars in their homes. Many monasteries even sponsor performances of the Mulian story that blur the line between religious ritual and entertainment, with the families of the recently deceased coming up on stage during the performance with pictures of their loved ones, asking Mulian to save them. Historians of religion are especially interested in the Ghost Festival as a way to chart how Buddhism was integrated into Chinese society. The Ghost Festival is celebrated all over China, but often in ways very different from its Buddhist iterations. This indicates that it likely existed in some form prior to Buddhism's arrival in the 1st century CE. What's even more interesting is that the Ghost Festival blends both Confucian and Buddhist elements in Mulian's quest to rescue his mother from hell. Buddhist monks are supposed to have left home and renounced ties to their families, making Mulian's concern for his mother a bit of a surprise from a Buddhist perspective. However, in a society heavily influenced by Confucian values, which emphasizes filial piety and children's dedication to their parents, a story about a Buddhist monk rescue.
Yeah, and that's what I wasn't trying to talk about Buddhism as like a pure philosophy in its like purest form. I was like, because I've been to a lot of Buddhist countries and the practice varies greatly throughout those. because yeah, like that's what happens. Like the native populations adapt it to fit like usually a mishmash of like whatever their indigenous cultural practices were. Hello, Delta. How are you? What is crack-a-lacking on this fine Sunday afternoon? Oop. Oop. Bit shit today, to be honest. Yeah, it's a bit of a shit day. It's fucking cold. Actually, I should put another jumper on. I'm kind of
Knowing
cold.
his mother from hell reveals how Buddhists in China may have used narrative to make their religious ideas more inviting to Chinese Confucian society. Mulian is not the only monk known for his journeys in hell, however. Buddhists in Thailand celebrate Pramalai, who also gains the ability to travel to the hell realms through his meditative prowess. While he's not there to save his mother like Mulian, Pramalai observes the workings of karma and returns with messages from those suffering in hell on the centrality of appropriate Buddhist practice and the need to make Buddhist offerings on behalf of those suffering. Illustrated palm leaf manuscripts depicting his journeys are very popular, most from the 18th and 19th centuries, and the text was often chanted by monks at funerals and weddings. Depictions of Pramalai are frequently seen in Thai murals and sculptures as well. However, it's not only Buddhist monks who travel to hell. Buddhist women often also make the journey.
You know when I wished I was a famous streamer when everybody got sent the Black Myth Wukong stuff? Because Journey to the West is like one of my favorite stories ever. And, you know, Monkey Magic is like the original like bad English dubbing of like a Japanese show. Born from an egg on a mountain top, the funkiest monkey that ever popped. Then you do the magic under the sun. Monkey magic, monkey magic, monkey magic. Yeah. You should dig up that show. It's really funny. I think it's from like the 70s or the 80s or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it was on, but it's like the worst dub ever done of a show. A Japanese show. About monkey and Pigsy and the Buddhist priest traveling to do stuff. Traveling to the West. Hence, Journey to the West.
A particularly important example is the story of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva. Originally born as a high-class maiden in India, she discovers her mother has fallen to hell after her death for neglecting Buddhist practice. She journeys there to find her mother and becomes so distraught at the suffering that she vows to stay in hell to provide comfort and Buddhist instruction to those reborn there. She's subsequently reborn as the male Bodhisattva Kshitigarbha, who remains in hell to provide comfort to the beings who suffer there. Scholars have noted the similarities between this story and that of Mulian, making it possible that the story was actually composed in China and not in India as it claims. In Tibet, people perform the story of Nangsa Obum, a 12th century woman beaten to death by a jealous husband and father-in-law who were spurred on by malicious lies. While dead, she journeys to the hell realms and meets Yama. Impressed by her dedication to Buddhist practice, he tells her to return to the human realm and preach to everyone on the realities of Buddhist hell. Nangsa Obum is not the only Tibetan to return from hell. Many villages and towns have their own stories about local Daylok, or literally those who die, day, and return, Lok. And the tradition continues to this day in some Tibetan communities. The US even has its first Buddhist Daylok, Samuel Burkholz, who created a graphic novel depicting his own tour of hell after his...
I like it when dead things stay dead, personally. Yeah, ice zombies. Yeah, this is like some Game of Thrones shit. I'm not into this. Stay away. Stay away from me, dead people.
His heart stopped beating during surgery. It's tempting to look at these stories and think, maybe these are not meant to be taken literally. Maybe these are meant as metaphors for the suffering we cause ourselves, or the mental anguish brought about to others by our inappropriate actions. And some Buddhists would definitely say that. Some interpret Naraka as mental projections and debate their metaphysical reality. But we've also seen lots of examples that for many Buddhists today, these are understood as very real places of very real torment. And some of us may be surprised to learn about Buddhist hell realms in the first place, especially if we hold a stereotypical understanding of Buddhism as all about peaceful meditation. Scholars generally argue that this sort of stereotyping is rooted in something called Orientalism. First coined by the philosopher Edward Said, Orientalism is the general tendency of thought in which the so-called East was made to be Europe's other, a land of exotic beings and exploitable riches that could service the economy and the imagination of the West. Historically, Orientalist perspectives have led to all manner of stereotypes.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom! I love Indiana Jones. But obviously, The Last Crusade is the best one. Obviously, we have Sean Connery and we have Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones looks exactly like my dad looked when my dad was young. And whenever I watch it, I'm like, it's my dad! Yay!
Including the tendency to represent Eastern cultures as one-dimensional inversions of Western cultures. Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom is an explicit example. If Indiana Jones is the rational and scientific anthropologist from the United States, then the High Priest of Kali is the ritualistic, passion-serving madman. For anyone who's studied Orientalism, I think negative examples like this are the first to come to mind. But there's also what we might call positive Orientalism. Positive not in the sense that this is the good type of Orientalism, but rather Orientalism that romanticizes or idealizes Asian culture. If I dislike this thing about Western culture, then surely Eastern cultures have it all figured out. For example, consider the Beat Generation poets like Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. Their work portrays American culture as strict and uptight, and Asian culture as focused on freewheeling journeys of self-discovery. We see this in Kerouac's novel, The Dharma Bums, in which Kerouac employs Buddhism as a countercultural response to American consumerism and materialism. We also see this in stereotyped opinions of religion. If Christians emphasize hell and eternal damnation, then surely Buddhism is more compassionate and gentle. While positive Orientalism might seem harmless, it's something scholars work really hard to avoid, because it focuses our attention on what we want the religion to look like, as opposed to what it really looks like on the ground. Thus, Buddhists can become caricatures, and we're at risk of overlooking the immense internal diversity of the tradition. Thanks to Wondrium for sponsoring this video. Wondrium is an online learning.
Bye-bye, Wondrium. Thank you, Mr. Man with glasses on. That was religion for breakfast. Thank you, Mr. Glasses Man. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Ooh, now we're gonna watch. Actually, I gotta go for like 2 minutes. I'll be back. Maybe. If you're lucky. Ooh, we're gonna watch some Japanese legends. I can hear banging. Somebody's banging some pipes upstairs. Or banging their wife's pipes. I don't know. Somebody's doing something. Somebody is engaging in some, you know, stuff. Or laying some pipes. That's what I meant to say. Cleaning out his wife's plumbing with his pipes. I don't know. Look. It's a good way to spend a Sunday arvo. You gotta give it to them. Warning, this video may be cursed, apparently. Sorry, Truong? I can't say your name. I have to look up the pronunciation. Hang on. Me trying to pronounce. Pronunciation.
Jung. Jung. Jung.
Jiong? Is that how you say your name? I can't say it. I still can't say it even after listening to it. Sorry, I'm gonna try. Jiong. What were we talking about? Oh, I could hear banging upstairs and we think they're having sexy times upstairs. My neighbors are having sexy time. Anyway. Welcome. So I'm going to try my best to say your name properly. It's going to be hard for me because I'm dumb.
Some of these stories are said to be cursed. Just hearing about them could cause unwanted outcomes.
Uh-oh. Guys, are you okay with getting cursed? Because apparently if we watch this video, we're going to get unwanted outcomes. I'll send you all some frankincense so you can get rid of the scary things.
Proceed with caution. Good evening and welcome to the tape library. Tonight I'm going to be delving into a culture that is rich with ghost stories and urban legends.
Ooh.
We're going to be taking a trip to Japan. Along the way we'll encounter cursed websites, haunted bathrooms, giant demons, and be asked questions you might be better off not answering. This is your final warning.
Uh-oh, guys.
Proceed with caution.
Uh-oh, guys. Are we hardcore enough to watch this British Bruvner's video? Do you think we've got big enough nuts to watch this Bruvner's video? A scary video. He's warned us. It's hardcore. It's hardcore. Let's go. Let's go.
But for the brave among you,
ooh,
get comfortable.
I am comfy. I'm pretty comfy.
Take a look at some of the scariest Japanese urban legends. Kisaragi Station.
Ooh, I'll kiss your raggy, baby. Let's go.
This story takes place in 2004.
Ooh, not
It can be traced
2004.
back to a post made on a Japanese message board about strange occurrences. A person named Tasumi posted that
she sounds hot.
on her usual train to work, with every other passenger asleep in their seats, and it only gets weirder from there. I'll read out the entire thread for you so you can see what I mean. So let's get into the story.
Yeah, please, mate.
Station.
Please get into it.
This may just be my imagination.
Ooh.
Can I post it anyway? Go ahead. What's going on?
Go ahead, tickle me balls, love.
I've been riding a certain train for a while. But something seems off. I always take this train to work.
This isn't the right accent for dramatic readings. This just isn't the correct accent for dramatic readings. Sorry.
It hasn't stopped at any stations for the past 20 minutes or so. It usually only takes 5 minutes. 7 or 8 at the worst. Oh, and there's 5 other passengers, but they're all sleeping. Did you take the express train by mistake? Is it a high-speed train? Well, it's possible I may have just missed my stop. I'll wait a little longer. If anything else strange occurs, I might bring it up here. Try going to the car on the end to see the conductor, maybe. It would be really bad if the driver had an epileptic fit or something. You should check on the conductor. Still no sign of stopping, so... Alright, I'll take a look.
is
There were
she?
blinds or something covering the window, so I couldn't see the conductor or the driver. The route is a private railway in Shizuoka. Knock on the window? I tried that, but nobody answered. Can you see out the window? Names of the station you're passing, etc. We came out a tunnel, so we're dropping speed slightly. There usually aren't any tunnels though. It's a train from Shimhamamatsu. Looks like we're finally stopping at a station.
Ooh.
You aren't going to get off there, are you? We've stopped at Kisaragi Station. I wonder if I should get off. I've never heard of this place before. Definitely check it out.
Yeah, they
No,
probably do nice
stay on until
ramen.
the last stop. Oh, but it's probably already departing now. When did you get on the train? I've gotten off the train. The station is unmanned. I believe I got on the train at 11:40. I'm not finding any information on Kisaragi Station. And Hasumi, your train was going for over an hour? That's really strange. Yeah, I'm not getting any results for Kisaragi Station. I'm looking for a schedule so I can get back, but I can't find one. The train is still stopped, so it'd probably be safest to get back on. Well, it left while I was writing that.
Well, aren't you a dipping mole?
Is there anyone nearby or any buildings?
Oh, wait, I have to tell the internet person before I hop back on the train. Oh shit, I prioritized the wrong thing. Yeah, love, you reckon? You reckon, you dipping mole? I'm angry at this fake internet person. How dare you? This is the person that gets killed first in the horror movie.
It's cold out, so be careful. I'll look for a taxi from the station. Thank you very much. Sounds good. Take care. Way past the last train at an unmanned station. Really questionable you will have any luck finding a taxi there. There doesn't seem to be any taxis anywhere. Call 110, the number for the police. Call the taxi company. If there's a telephone booth nearby, look up the taxi company number in the phone book and call. I called home and asked if you picked up, but neither of my parents seem to know where Kisaragi Station is. They'll look for it on the maps so they can come get me. But I'm getting a little bit scared now. What about the others? Are you the only one who got off the train? I checked online too, and the name Kisaragi Station isn't coming up. Am I wrong in assuming it's around Shimhamamatsu? I'll check Yahoo.
Not
I
Yahoo!
looked for a public phone and there's nothing. And no one else got off. So I'm alone now.
Why doesn't she ask Jeeves?
It's definitely called Kisaragi. Sometimes they have phones outside the station. Looking into it, apparently it's written with the kanji for devil, but it's read Kisaragi. Devil Station? Yikes. Are you a gaming nerd? Because a game comes up if you Google it. Tell us the names of the station before and after Kisaragi. What do you mean a game? It doesn't say what the next and previous stations are. Walk back along the track. If you start running now, you might catch up to the train. There must be houses around the station, right? Yes, there are. I didn't quite notice since I was panicking. I'm waiting for my parents to call while walking back along the track. I tried checking town information on iMode, but it gave me a point error or something. I want to go home. There's really just nothing around here. All I can see are fields and mountains.
Sounds nice. Have a
I
holiday.
think I'll be able to make it back if I go down the track. So I'll just keep pushing on. Thank you very much. Treat this as a joke if you will, but can I come to you if I encounter any more trouble? Of course. Just be careful out there. Sure. Just make sure you don't run out of battery. Your phone's your lifeline right now. Don't get lost, and be careful in the tunnel. Huh. You can get a signal out in the middle of nowhere. I kinda think you shouldn't stray far from the station. All alone on a cold night, at a station with no attendants. Soon the lights could go out, and it would be pitch black. It really might be safest to wait for daybreak at the station though. Oh geez, This sounds bad. I got a call from my father, and he had many questions, but simply couldn't find my location. I've been told to call 110, which I'm a little opposed to doing, but I'll try asking them to help me now. I really think you should wait until it gets lighter out before you do anything. Waiting all alone in the dead of night, and in some ominous place. Yikes. Going through a tunnel alone in the dead of night, and on some...
This is so badly written. This definitely is 2004 fucking fanfic bullshit. Bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. Because he's like, oh, don't wait out at the train station all by yourself at night. Then he's like, don't call the cops. You better wait at the train station, but you also shouldn't wait at the train station, but you also should walk along the tracks. It's like when you're like trying to do creative writing when you're like 10 years old and you don't understand what a coherent plot is.
Ominous train line. Yikes.
Yikes!
I called 110 and tried my absolute best to explain the situation, but they thought it was all a joke and got angry at me. So I got scared and apologised. Apologised for what? Should probably give up for today. Wait for the first train. What's it like around the station? What's there? I hear what sounds like a beating drum mixed with some kind of bell way off in the distance.
Ding ding
Honestly,
ding
I have
ding.
no idea what to do at this point. Get back to the station for now.
It's the train coming to take you to the underworld. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Asumi. It's best to return to where you started when you're lost. Here's where it gets going. Are they having a festival or what? You might think I'm kidding, but I'm too scared to look behind me. I do want to go back to the station, but I don't dare turn around. Run, and don't look back. You can't go back to the station now. Run through the tunnel. I'm sure you'll find you're not far. Someone behind me yelled, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous."
He's gonna get hit by a
I looked
train.
around expecting to see an attendant and saw a one-legged old man.
Ooh,
He
hi.
vanished.
Ooh.
I think I'm too scared to move. I told you not to look back. Run. Calm down and listen to Big Bro, okay?
Big
Check out
bro.
where the drum's coming from. There's bound to be someone playing it. Where the hell are you planning to take Asumi? Must have been an old man who died and lost a leg after walking along the track.
One leg, not three. Yeah, I got excited. I got excited. I was like, damn, where's my three-legged man?
Can't walk or run any further. The drumming sound is getting a lot closer. Wait for dawn. It won't be scary in the daylight. I'm still alive, but I fell and started bleeding. And I broke a hill, so I'm sitting still on the ground. I don't want to die now. It should be safe if you leave the tunnel. Once you get out of there, call for help immediately.
Help, help, help.
I called home. Dad's calling the police, but the sound keeps getting closer. I hope to God that's not the sound of a train, but it might be too late. I finally managed to make it to the front of the tunnel. The name says Isanuki. The sound's still getting closer, so I'm going to leave the tunnel. If I'm safe once I get out of the tunnel, I'll post again. Good luck. This is the end. Forget about trains and stations. Forget about going back. Forget about someone chasing you. The sound you're hearing is just something you imagined. Run out of the tunnel. If you stop, you'll only succumb to something which does not belong in this world. I
Okay.
left the tunnel.
This
There's
escalated
someone up
quickly.
ahead. It looks like all your advice was right after all. Thank you so much. My face is such a mess from tears. He might just mistake me for a monster. Wait, Hasumi, don't die on us. Stop, that can't be good. Someone there? This late at night?
Yeah,
That's
it's a tunnel
suspicious.
creep.
He seems gentle and was worried for me. He called for a train to take me to the nearest station.
Yeah,
Apparently
just
there's some kind of...
randomly, like, who has the power to call trains? like, I don't know, the premier in an emergency? You can't just get a whole train to come and get you. What the fuck? This is the worst creative writing assignment ever. What the fuck?
Business hotel there. I'm truly, truly thankful to all of you. Hasumi, please answer me this one thing. Can you ask that man what this place is? Is he really gentle? He sounds kind of scary from what you said.
Ooh, gentle
no good.
three-legged man.
Why is he by
Yummy.
the track at this hour? He must have been a corpse or something. Hasumi, run. I asked him where it was and he said Hina. That seems extremely unlikely though. Hasumi, get off the train. Excuse me. Hasumi.
Wait, she's on the train now? What the
Where's
fuck is
Hina?
happening?
We've been headed towards the mountains for some time. It really doesn't strike me as a place where trains would go. And he stopped talking to me entirely. Probably because you're constantly messing with your phone. Hasumi, oh no, oh no.
Oh
Did
no.
you contact your parents after you got out of the tunnel and received aid from this guy? Hasumi, please call 110. This might be your last chance. My battery's almost run out. Things are getting strange. So I think I'm going to make a run for it.
So is she on the train? Like,
He's
how did
talking
she
to
all of a sudden
himself
end
about
up on the
bizarre things
train?
for a while now.
What's happening?
To prepare for just the right time, I'm going to make this my last post for now. Hasumi was never heard from again.
Okay. Wow, this video is dumb.
The Red Room.
Not the red room.
I'm pleased I never heard this story when I was younger. I think it's exactly the sort of thing that would have terrified me. We all know that hidden deep within the internet
Not
is
the
darkness,
internet. Ooh, the dark
Corners that
web
we
of
shouldn't see.
internets.
worlds.
Goatsy and blue waffle. The deep dark corners of the internet. Prolapsed anuses.
We shouldn't visit. A corrupt evil hiding underneath the surface of social media profiles and rain sounds for sleep videos. The Red Room legend goes as follows. While browsing the internet late at night, you will come across a pop-up. This means
Do I like? Yeah, I do like. I do like, actually. Thank you for asking. geocities.co.jp.
you have been chosen by it. To be a small red window with black text,
Ooh.
and it will simply say, "Do you like?" Try as hard as you can. Every time you close the window, it will reappear. Keep closing it though, and eventually the text will change slightly. Now it says, "Do you like the Red Room?"
Ooh.
Some say this is normally accompanied by the voice of a child reading the words. The screen will suddenly flash, turning red,
Oh no.
while a list of names fills your screen.
Uh-oh.
This
Uh-oh.
is the list of names of those who have visited the Red Room. This is when you will feel a presence behind you. You likely
Ooh.
will be too scared to turn around to see who is there,
Nah, I turn
but
around.
it won't matter anyway. It is said that you lose consciousness, so what you experience next is likely painless, although how anyone could know that for certain is unclear to me. Regardless, whoever enters your room next will find your lifeless body drained of its blood, your blood plastered all over your walls.
Oh, get it? The red
Making you
room?
a permanent
Because your
resident
bloody's red. Get it,
of the Red
guys?
Room.
Do you get it?
While the
This video-
targets of the Red Room
This video has heaps of views, so I thought it was going to be good, but it's just like some monotone, like, British kid reading fucking copy pasta shit. What the fuck? Maybe I should make my own videos.
appear to be totally random. Many say that hearing the story of the Red Room makes it much more likely you'll be visiting it soon. Akamanto, the red cloak.
They sure like red.
Akamanto is supposedly the spirit of...
It is slop. It is slop. It is slop. Yeah, I don't think I can. I thought this was going to be like good. It's not. It has 250,000 views. Although maybe they all clicked off straight away. Maybe they all clicked off straight away. I think the AI slop is better than this, to be honest. Let's look at the AI slop again so I can talk about how hot all the ghosts are. That's more entertaining. Footage from the march has been fucked. Yeah, we're going to cover the march tonight. We are going to cover the march tonight. Did many people rock up? What happened in the... Actually, should we go off topic? Should we look at the march? March for Australia. Should we look at it now? Does anyone know what's happening? I am kind of interested, but I was going to save it for tonight. Now, keep it for later. Yeah, we should keep our spoopy and our other stuff later. It looks pretty big from the live stream you've been watching. Yeah, and I'm sure there's heaps of counter-protesters as well. 10 haunted places in Alberta, Canada. Maybe it's iDubbbz missus trying to spruik her OnlyFans, just showing everyone her asshole. What's her name? Anissa. Anissa's asshole. A girl with a shaved head and bad tattoos comes up to you and spreads her bum cheeks. What do? What am I gonna do? Reconnect.
The Canadian frontier is vast, beautiful, and unforgiving. In Alberta, where the prairies bleed into the Rockies and small towns cling to the edge of wilderness.
Not the
those
Rockies.
Cling just as tightly.
This looks like a hellhole.
Some speak of restless pioneers who never made it through the long winters. Others whisper of shadows moving through forgotten mining towns, or of voices drifting across the wide prairie when no one is there. Tonight, we'll follow those whispers. We'll enter abandoned hotels, haunted theaters, and lonely back roads where history refuses to stay buried. Alberta's ghosts are waiting, and some are closer
horny. And some are horny and ready, single and ready to mingle. Watch out, guys. There's a lot of horny ghosts in Alberta.
Banff Springs Hotel.
Not Banff.
Alberta.
Banff.
Imagine walking down a grand hallway where chandeliers shimmer above you. Yet every footstep echoes as if you're the only living soul left. The Banff
Is this a plot to The Shining? Is this a plot to The Shining?
Springs Hotel, often called the Castle in the Rockies, is one of Canada's most famous haunted landmarks. Built in 1888 to attract wealthy travelers, it has the beauty of a fairy tale castle, but with the sinister weight of all the tragedies that unfolded inside. Guests have spoken of cold drafts rushing through locked rooms, of doors that slam themselves, and of a phantom bride. Legend says she was a young woman whose gown caught fire on a grand staircase. In her panic, she stumbled, fell to her death, and never left.
Oh, that looks like a spooky hotel. Is this The Shining? It looks like The Shining.
Visitors swear they've seen her, descending the staircase in a white gown, flames licking the hem that never burn away. Others claim she dances alone in the ballroom, a place where music sometimes plays from nowhere. Then there's the bellman, a kindly figure in an old-fashioned uniform who helps lost guests find their way. Only later do they discover no such staff member exists.
Imagine you're dead and like you're still earning minimum wage. Imagine you're dead and you're still just like you're still just trying to scrape by. You're still trying to pay off your debts. You're still like working for, I don't know what the minimum wage in Canada is, showing drunk people back to their rooms. Like, imagine that for eternity. Sucks. I feel sorry for you, bro. I feel sorry for you, bro. That does sound sucky. That is hell, Ricochet. That is 100% hell. Spy Family Season 3 is confirmed for October. I love Spy Family. It's so cute. I love little Anya. I love little Anya. Waka waka. Boop.
Staff themselves admit that the ghostly bellman is so well known, they don't bother denying it. The Banff Springs isn't just a hotel. It's a stage where Alberta's past, with all its glories and sorrows, replays endlessly. Would you dare check in, knowing the guest list includes the dead?
This one's for Delta, because I know it's his favorite band. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Welcome to the Hotel Banff. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
9. The Fairmont Palliser Hotel, Calgary, Alberta.
Calgary, Alberta.
Calgary's most luxurious hotel also happens to be one of its most haunted. The Fairmont Palliser, opened in 1914, has long been a symbol of elegance in the city's downtown core. But behind its grand chandeliers and polished marble floors, guests and staff alike have reported unsettling encounters with spirits that refuse to check out. One of the most famous apparitions is a ghostly woman in white, often seen drifting through the hallways.
How original. I am not going to be wearing white when I'm a ghost. It's just so passé. It is so passé.
Late
Ooh.
at night. Some say she was a former guest who died tragically within the hotel. Others believe she's tied to Calgary's early oil boom days.
Ooh,
Her
oil
spirit
money.
lingering as the city transformed around her.
Oil money.
Guests who encounter her describe a sudden chill in the air, followed by the faint rustle of skirts brushing past. Staff cleaning late at night have also reported elevators stopping on empty floors, doors opening into deserted hallways, and lights flickering in once vacant suites. A few even claim that phones ring in rooms that have been disconnected for years. While the Palliser remains one of Calgary's crown jewels, its reputation for ghostly happenings is no secret. Even as guests sip champagne in its ornate lounges, the hotel seems to remind them that history lingers in every corner. Would you dare spend the night knowing your...
If someone else paid for it, yes. I don't think it's haunted. I don't think it's haunted because I feel like ghosts would be more original. Why is it all the same thing all the time?
quietest
Oh,
companion
boring.
might be a ghost who never left. 8. The Dean House, Calgary, Alberta. In the heart of Calgary sits the Dean House, a striking red building with a past steeped in violence and tragedy.
Ooh.
Built in 1906 for Captain Richard Dean of the Northwest Mounted Police.
Oh no, it's the
seen many
Mounties.
Transformations, a private residence, boarding house, and now a restaurant. Yet no
Ooh.
matter how its walls are painted,
Please, sir, I would like one haunted cheeseburger and a haunted Coke Zero with extra haunted ice. Toot sweet. Chop chop.
they still seem to bleed with memory. Guests often speak of sudden drops in temperature, the strong smell of cigar smoke in rooms where no one smokes, and footsteps that follow too closely behind. But the most disturbing legends trace back to its days as a boarding house. It's said that a man murdered his wife in one of the upstairs rooms before taking his own life. Since then, staff have reported chairs moving on their own, glasses shattering without reason, and disembodied sobbing that drifts through the halls. Some visitors describe the sensation of being watched from the upper windows, only to realize no one is inside. Others insist they've seen shadowy figures on the stairwell, pausing halfway up as if caught between worlds. The Dean House has been restored into a fine dining restaurant, but even amid the clinking of cutlery and the warm glow of candles, many guests feel uneasy, as though the building itself is holding on to a memory it cannot release. Would you sit down to dinner knowing the ghosts at the table may not need a chair?
Again, if you're paying, yes. Do they have steak? Do they have steak and chips? I'm interested. I am anemic. I need iron. Give me a red meat. Sitting on a ghost chair? I'll sit on a ghost slap, baby. I don't care. Is the ghost hot? I don't even care. I don't even care. If there's a free steak involved. I'm there, baby. I am there. That's what you meant? Ooh. I'm with you. I'm with you, Delta.
7. Frank Slide, Crow's Nest Pass, Alberta.
Crow's
The mountains
Nest.
here don't just whisper, they roar.
Ooh.
In 1903, Turtle Mountain gave way in one of
Tur-
Canada's
Turtle Mountain. Turtle Mountain sounds like a poo-poo sticking out of a bum hole. Turtle. Turtle Mountain.
worst natural disasters, the Frank Slide. In less than 2 minutes, 90 million tons of limestone thundered down onto the small mining town of Frank, burying over 70 people alive.
Uh-oh.
Entire families were entombed where they slept, their homes reduced to rubble beneath an ocean of stone. Today, the landscape is frozen in time. The rocks remain as they fell jagged, gray, and unmoved for more than a century. But some say the spirits of those trapped still wander here, unable to escape the weight of that night.
If that's true, I think that place would be haunted. If that is true, I think that place would 100% be haunted. But how lazy are the Canadian government that they didn't bother moving all the rocks to recover the bodies? Or like checking if anyone was alive? That's pretty bad, because I think in Australia we would like exhume the bodies, right? Like people would volunteer to like move rocks and stuff. Blame Canada. Sort your lives out, Canada. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Take a look at yourselves in the mirror and wake up to yourselves, all right? Had enough.
Drivers passing through at dusk have reported ghostly figures climbing across the rocks, only to vanish when approached. Hikers claim to hear cries for help, carried on the wind.
If I was a ghost along the highway, I would be flashing people. I would be like mooning people. That would be so funny. Imagine like the most terrifying experience you have is like just a ghost girl flashing her ass at you.
Echoing between the boulders. There's a strange stillness at Frank Slide, a silence that feels almost rehearsed. Locals say you can feel it, the heaviness of unfinished stories, pressing down on you as surely as the mountain once did. Some even believe Turtle Mountain itself is cursed.
Turtle Mountain.
That it
Turtle,
waits,
turtle.
watching, until it chooses to move again. If you stand among the stones at night, surrounded by the shattered remnants of lives long buried,
Yeah, don't do that.
you might begin to wonder, are those shadows among the rocks just tricks of moonlight? Or are they survivors still trying to dig their way out? 6. The Princess Theatre, Edmonton, Alberta. Downtown Edmonton hums with life, but step inside the Princess Theatre and you'll feel time slow to a crawl. Opened in 19...
Is every single princess theatre in the world haunted? Because apparently all the ones in like Melbourne and Adelaide and stuff like that are haunted. How many princess theatres have been fucking haunted? I guess the moral of the story is like, Don't die in a princess theater or you'll freaking be stuck there. Well, that's who the cuck chairs are for, the ghosts. Yeah, it must be. The cuck chairs must be for the ghosts. They're watching everybody get it on. It's lonely in the afterworld, in the afterlife, you know. You gotta get your jollies somewhere.
15. This elegant playhouse has hosted everything from silent films to live performances. But ask the staff, and they'll tell you it also hosts things unseen.
Ooh.
The most famous apparition is that of a woman in a long gown who appears near the balcony. Some say she was a heartbroken patron who leapt to her death. Others believe she was connected to the theater's early owners. Whatever her story, witnesses report seeing her glide through the aisles before vanishing into thin air. Projectionists over the decades have spoken of reels starting on their own, as though unseen hands were eager for the show to begin.
Well, yeah, if you had to haunt a freaking theater, like, for eternity, wouldn't you want to watch some movies on occasion? Look, they don't have Netflix. If you're gonna freaking complain about it, at least, like, get them a laptop with Netflix, you know, maybe... Just, like, you can't... It's so judgmental, right? Like, what are you supposed to do? Just twiddle your thumbs waiting for a bitch that can see you to haunt? Like, what are you supposed to do?
Cold spots hover in empty seats, and the faint sound of applause sometimes echoes in the auditorium when no performance is on. Visitors describe a strange sensation in the balcony, the
Plop.
feeling that someone is seated
Plop.
just behind you, breathing softly against your neck.
Oh, that's kind of hot. That's kind of hot. I have a really sensitive neck, so if, like, someone breathes on my neck, it's very sexy. Like, I would definitely get turned on if I got haunted by this ghost. That's my Achilles heel. I think my neck is like my Achilles heel.
When you turn, there's no one there. Only the curtain swaying.
See, what a tease. What a tease. Like, you're just gonna breathe on my neck, turn me on, and then just disappear? Fucking, what is this? The edging ghost? Fuck you.
As though touched by invisible fingers.
Ooh, hello.
The Princess Theater is a place where the living...
Wait, am I getting touched by invisible fingers? Because then that's okay. If the fingers are gonna come and finish the job, that's okay. But otherwise, you know, I'm very much against this ghost. They're a tease. They should start what they finish.
Gather for art and entertainment. But every show is shared with an audience that never leaves. Would you sit in the dark, knowing a ghost may be waiting for the seat beside you?
I mean, are they hot?
Fort Calgary, Calgary, Alberta. Fort Calgary was founded in 1875 by the Northwest Mounted Police as a symbol of law, order, and expansion on the western frontier.
Someone being invisible is so much sexier than someone being visible. I mean, if they're ugly, not if they're hot.
But the land it occupies carries a much older, heavier weight. It was once an indigenous gathering site, long before the fort's timbers were raised, with layers of history built atop one another. It's no surprise that Fort Calgary is said to be a place where spirits linger. Visitors often describe a sudden, unshakable sense of being watched while walking through.
See, they're all kinky. That's why there's so many, like, cuck chairs in the hotel rooms for the haunted hotels for the ghosts to watch you. Everybody's either freaking breathing on people's necks, finger banging people, freaking watching people get it on. The undead realm, not the undead realm, that's zombies and shit. What do you call it? The spiritual realm is full of very, very sexually frustrated beings. Because, like, imagine that. You're just, like, this incorporeal form. You can't get it on. You're just sexually frustrated. You're just watching all these people with their flesh suits walking around, like, being frustrated. What are you going to do with your limited abilities to interact with the world of the living? You're just freaking there watching people get it on.
Its exhibits. Staff have reported hearing boots clomping across the floors late at night, the steady rhythm of patrolmen who no longer serve. Some claim to see figures in red serge uniforms standing at the edges of rooms, staring silently before fading into shadow. But the most unsettling stories are not of soldiers. They're of prisoners. The fort once housed a jail, and echoes of its inmates remain. People have reported hearing chains rattling in the basement and muffled cries that seem to seep through the walls.
Sounds like that basement is the place to be, honestly. Sounds like the basement is the place to be. There's a lot of moaning and seems like a lot of fun is taking place in the basement.
A few even say they've seen pale faces peering out from barred windows that should be empty. Fort Calgary is presented today as a museum, a place to learn about the early days of settlement. Yet behind the glass displays and polished floors is a reminder history does not always rest easily, and some who passed through here may still be serving their sentence in silence. Atlas Coal Mine, Drumheller, Alberta. In the Badlands of Drumheller, where
Ooh,
the
the
landscape looks
Badlands.
more like another planet than prairie, stands the Atlas Coal Mine. From 1911 to 1979, it was one of the busiest mines in the province, fueling Canada's industries. But miners often say, coal is bought with blood, and this place has more than its share of dark stories. Deep underground, accidents were frequent collapses, explosions, and the slow, suffocating death of cave-ins. Many miners never made it back to the surface. Today, the mine is a historical site where visitors can tour the tunnels, but not all who enter come back with only memories. Guides speak of footsteps echoing behind tour groups, even when no one lingers at the back. Lights flicker in the tunnels where there is no power. Voices murmur in the dark, sometimes calling names, sometimes singing the old work songs miners once used to keep rhythm as they shoveled coal.
Oh,
One
my
legend
darling.
tells of a miner
Oh, my
who
darling.
still roams
Oh,
with a
my
lantern,
darling,
searching
Clementine.
endlessly for a way out. Guests have described a faint glow appearing deep in the tunnels, bobbing like a light in the distance, only to
Ooh,
vanish
not the
when
Bobby.
approached. The Atlas Coal Mine is both a monument to hard work and a mausoleum of sacrifice. When you step into its tunnels, you're not just walking through history, you're walking alongside those who never found their way back into the sun. 3. Calgary Stampede Grounds, Calgary, Alberta. Every summer, the Calgary Stampede bursts with energy, crowds cheering, hooves pounding, music blaring late into the night. But when the lights go out and the fairgrounds fall silent, something else awakens. The Stampede grounds are rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of both performers and animals who met untimely ends in the rodeo ring.
Oh, cowboy ghosts. Cowboy ghosts would be hot. Where are the cowboy? Well, I guess they're in Canada. I'm not going to Canada. Eh.
Security
Boo.
guards on night shifts often tell of hearing phantom hoofbeats racing across empty arenas, the sharp crack of a whip, and the roar of
Ooh.
a crowd that isn't there.
Oh, they've got whips. That's kind of hot.
Some claim to see shadowy riders galloping through the dirt, vanishing before the gates. Others have described the flicker of carnival lights turning on by themselves, rides creaking into motion in the dead of night. Perhaps the eeriest tale is that of a cowboy who supposedly died in the 1920s During a bronc riding competition, his apparition is said to appear on the track, sitting tall in the saddle before dissolving into dust. Workers have found boot prints that start and stop suddenly, as if the rider himself had materialized for just a moment. By day, the stampede grounds are a place of laughter and celebration. But in the quiet hours, they belong to the echoes of the past. If you linger after the crowd is gone, you may discover the party isn't over. It's just turned spectral. 2. The Old Strathcona District, Edmonton, Alberta. By day, Old Strathcona is a lively neighborhood coffee shops, boutiques, and a vibrant theater scene. But at night, when the streets grow quiet and the glow of the street lamps stretches long shadows across the brick buildings, something older seems to stir. This district, one of Edmonton's oldest, carries a haunted reputation that locals speak of in hushed tones. Ghost tours here recount countless tales of women seen drifting past the windows of a closed shop, laughter spilling from the upper floors of buildings long abandoned, and cold spots that follow you like...
Hang on, guys. I'm going to be back in a second. Sorry.
shadow. In the back rooms of pubs and restaurants, staff
Boop. You know what? I am gonna make my own slideshows for next week. Let's do like the Book of Revelation and like who's gonna be the Antichrist. It's gonna be Trump. Let's do something like that. Let's do something like that. I'm gonna work on like a slideshow. Because honestly, if like that weird pommy guy could make like a video where he's just reading like the most cringe ghost stories, like I can fucking do that, okay? I can do that. I can make a little Westing Mole version of that, okay? And look, like, I'm adorable. Look at me. Look at me. Who wouldn't want to watch that? Okay, let's go. Maybe it's JD Vance because he does look a little bit evil. You know how he has like, the eyeliner eyes? It could be him. It could be him. Peace in the Middle East. Well, the Antichrist is supposed to bring peace in the Middle East. So if they do broker a peace deal, that could be a sign. Could be a sign. For horsemen of the apocalypse. And I'm sure like some super duper conspiracy theorist has already written this out in like great schizophrenic detail. So I can basically just lift it and like do the footnotes, you know? Do some AI images, stick some like horns on people, give them red eyes and be like blah, 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 blah. You know, it'll be sick. It'll be a time. Who is down for that? I'm down for that. Let's fucking go.
Whisper of glasses sliding off shelves as if shoved by unseen hands. Actors at the Varscona Theater have sworn to feel presences in the wings, watching, waiting, as though every performance is staged for an audience beyond the living. One of the most infamous tales belongs to the Strathcona Hotel, which has stood since 1891. Patrons claim to have seen figures in the hallways, some dressed in period clothing, others faceless and gray. Footsteps climb the old staircases when no one is there, and locked doors rattle in the dead of night. Walking through Old Strathcona after dark feels like stepping into two worlds at once, the modern city of Edmonton and the ghost town it was built upon. Would you dare linger in its alleys when the laughter fades and the silence takes hold?
Am I drunk? If yes, then probably.
McKay Avenue School, Edmonton, Alberta. The McKay Avenue School looks ordinary enough from the outside, a handsome brick building, constructed in 1904 that once echoed with the voices of school children. But its history reaches beyond education. For a time, this was the site of Alberta's very first legislature meetings, where the foundations of the province were shaped, with so much history layered into its walls. Perhaps it was inevitable that something would remain behind. Staff and visitors
Not the ghosts of politicians. Bloody hell, those are the worst kinds. Those are the worst kinds. They're still letting people down by being the shittest ghosts out, probably, I would assume.
report cold drafts sweeping through sealed classrooms, doors that slam without warning, and blackboards that seem to write upon themselves. On certain evenings, janitors working late have claimed to hear children laughing in the halls, their footsteps pattering across the wooden floors, though the school has been closed for decades. There's a darker legend, too, a phantom teacher, strict and unyielding, who prowls the corridors.
Oh, do you think if I went in there and say, I didn't do my homework, he would come and spank me? Is he one of those teachers? That could be hot. Is he hot? I'm going to go there and tell him I haven't done my homework, see what he does. Sounds like a good time.
Witnesses describe her as tall, dressed in
Oh, it's a lady. It's a lady teacher. That could be even hotter. She could be like a dominatrix teacher. Hot.
turn-of-the-century clothing, with a ruler in her hand. Some say she appears beside visitors, her stern gaze fixed on them, before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The McKay Avenue School is a place where knowledge once blossomed, but its lessons have not ended, even now. The building seems to teach one final truth, that history never really leaves us. It waits, written on the walls, whispered in the silence, etched into the shadows. Alberta may be known for its sweeping prairies and breathtaking mountains, but within its quiet corners and forgotten halls, shadows refuse to rest. From mountain slides that buried whole towns, to theaters where ghosts still take their seats, these stories remind us that the frontier was not only built on courage, but also
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, let's get into... Remember when I first started streaming? I think only Hyperbovian and Ricochet were around when I first started streaming, like the first few weeks. And I was talking about like that Marty guy that started the cult, and he's like... He's kind of like fashioning himself as like a prophet that's preceding Muhammad, and I don't know, it's just really weird. Anyway, let's watch a video about him. I was like, I don't remember now because it was so long ago. It was like 4 months ago now. But yeah. Let's have a look at this guy, this weirdo.
Told you that at this very moment, 150 people live in an old orphanage in England, awaiting the end of the world. A flood of blood they believe is imminent. And what if I told you they sold their homes, abandoned their careers, and pledged their allegiance with their own blood to a man who...
Yeah, so this false prophet guy, he used to be a guy that made documentaries about cults. He used to be a guy that made this guy here, he used to make documentaries about cults. And he used to like help deprogram people from cults. And then at some point along the road, he decided like, actually, I know so much about cults. why don't I fashion myself as like some type of prophet and get all these people to, you know, follow me, believing me, give me all their stuff, because he knows the inner machinations of cults, right? He knows what like makes a cult successful. He knows how to get people to follow him. He knows how to make people devoted to him. So instead he decided to like use his powers for bad. It's really creepy. He's really fucking creepy.
Claims to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, the successor to Prophet Muhammad and the one true Pope. This isn't fiction. This is the reality of Ahmadi religion of peace and light, a movement that's raising alarms worldwide. At its center stands Abdullah Hashem And
look, he's just wearing a beanie. He's just wearing a fucking beanie. This is the laziest cosplay ever. I'm gonna get my black winter clothes and put on a fucking beanie. I've got a beard, so clearly I'm Jesus and Muhammad in one. I'm a little bit of everything, all rolled into one. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint.
Al-Sadiq, a 41-year-old who commands his followers to call him Master, and who warns that divine punishment is just hours away. I am inviting you to the 7th and final covenant between God and mankind. Abdullah declares in live streams watched by thousands. Accepting this covenant is the only thing that will save you from the punishment which is about to come. COVID was only the beginning. The chilling part, Abdullah wasn't always a self-proclaimed messiah. He was once a cult-busting filmmaker who infiltrated fringe groups to expose them. Now, former members claim he employs the very manipulation tactics he once fought against. In this video, we uncover the shocking journey.
Yeah, he's a special kind of piece of shit. He is a special kind of fucking piece of shit. And the way that he has the balls to blaspheme, like, the way that he has the balls to blaspheme both Christianity and Islam to this extreme is just like, it's just so fucking punchable.
Of Abdullah Hashem, from dedicated skeptic to alleged cult leader, will reveal his bizarre rituals, apocalyptic prophecies, and the disturbing allegations that have followed him across continents. This investigation takes us from college dorm rooms in Indiana to secretive compounds in North Africa, from TikTok live streams to blood oath ceremonies, as we expose a movement cloaked in the language of peace, but shadowed by control, fear, and exploitation. Before we continue, if you find this investigation valuable, be sure to subscribe for more deep dives into fringe movements and hidden truths that impact our world. The story of Abdullah Hashem is about to unfold, and it serves as a haunting warning about the power of charisma, the vulnerability of faith, and the thin line between devotion and destruction. Long before he commanded a religious movement, Abdullah Hashem was just a college student with a camera and a mission. Born in July 1983 to an Egyptian father and American mother, he grew up between cultures, splitting his time between the Middle East and the United States. In 2005, while studying at a university in Indiana, Abdullah and his friend Joseph McGowan embarked on an audacious project. They would infiltrate the Raelian UFO cult with hidden cameras. Their goal? To expose what they saw as dangerous manipulation. The duo carried digital recorders and posed as hopeful
Has anyone here ever had the experience of like when like someone's come and like tried to make friends with you and then you've worked out that they're just trying to get you to join a cult? Has that ever happened to anyone? Because I feel like cults don't want me. They look at me and they're like, nah, this chick is not worth the effort. This chick is not worth the effort to try and get into our cult. Because I'm just too much of a turd. I am just too much of a turd and just not worth the effort.
making a student film, reported Wired magazine. For days, they recorded the group's recruitment tactics, playing along while secretly gathering footage for a documentary. The stunt catapulted Abdullah into minor fame. When the international Raelian movement sued him for $1 million, he became a local media darling. The fearless youth truth seeker standing up to powerful cult leaders. "We don't want their money, we want them done," Abdullah told reporters. words that now echo with a dark irony, given what he would become. Riding this momentum, Abdullah co-founded a website called False Prophet Busters and targeted other fringe religious figures. He became a cult hunter armed with skepticism and a camcorder. But something profound shifted in the early 2010s. The hunter became the hunted.
You went to the detox center run by Scientology. Oh no. What did they do? Did they read your phaetons or whatever they're called? Your, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what Scientologists do. That weird machine where they... I don't know. I don't even know what it is. I don't remember what it's called anymore. Freaking hell.
Or more accurately, the hunter became the leader of his own religious group. Abdullah fell in with an obscure Shia messianic movement originating in Basra, Iraq. Its founder, Ahmed al-Hassan, claimed to be the Yamani, a prophesied precursor to the Islamic Mahdi, Messiah, before mysteriously vanishing around 2007. Then came the pivotal moment. In 2015, Abdullah made a dramatic proclamation. He announced that Ahmed al-Hassan had appointed him as the Qayyim, meaning he who arises, essentially declaring himself the chosen successor who would pave the way for the end times. With this declaration, Abdullah founded the Ahmadi religion of peace and light, AROPL.
So if he's going to pave the way for the end times, isn't he the Antichrist then? Is he just like outwardly admitting to being the Antichrist? Because according to Christian scriptures, a lot of the stuff that he says would make him the Antichrist. Like claiming to be Christ is making him the Antichrist, because Christ is going to appear in the sky with like, I think red eyes and like white woolly hair and whatever it says in the book of Revelation. I don't remember. I have to read it again. I'll have to read it again before I do my videos for next weekend. I think we'll make it a twofer. We'll make it a double Saturday, Sunday. We'll make it an extravaganza. It's gonna be lit, guys, as the kids say. It's gonna be lit.
And began building a community of devoted followers. The transformation was complete. Hey friends, today we're diving into a topic about a cult leader. And as you know, cults are notorious for trying to control and even steal people's identities. That makes protecting your personal info online more critical. Copy, making sure your details disappear, and use code MINCOGNI. From indie documentarian to self-anointed messiah figure, Abdullah moved himself and his early followers to the Middle East and North Africa, establishing a religious school in Egypt in 2012. But they quickly drew negative attention from authorities. Egyptian security forces reportedly raided their gatherings, arresting several members and deporting foreigners. The group was on the move again, searching for a safe haven where their unconventional beliefs wouldn't lead to imprisonment. After a brief stay in Sweden, by 2021, Abdullah's community settled in England, purchasing a secluded 19th century orphanage near Manchester. This imposing brick structure became their headquarters, their ark against the coming apocalypse Abdullah constantly prophesied. Here, approximately 150 men, women, and children now live together under Abdullah's watchful eye. The stage was set for his final transformation from skeptical filmmaker to revered spiritual master. But what exactly does Abdullah teach his followers? What vision of reality does he offer that's compelling enough to make people abandon their former lives? At the core of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light lies an apocalyptic message. We are living in humanity's final chapter. Abdullah Hashem sits at the center of this cosmic drama as the divinely appointed guide for the end time.
Yeah, Ricochet, the Talmud literally says that Jesus was a black magician, like a magician who practiced black magic, and that he's boiling in human excrement for the rest of eternity. And it also calls the Virgin Mary a whore. So whenever anyone's talking to you about Judeo-Christian values, remember what the Jews say about Jesus. It's one thing to not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. It's another thing to disrespect Jesus and the Virgin Mary like that. And you can say whatever you want about Islam, but Islam reveres Jesus Christ as they don't consider him the Son of God. They don't believe in the Holy Trinity, but at least Jesus is a very respected prophet in that religion. So, you know, if you're going to compare the pair, you know, food for thought, guys.
Dressed in black robes and speaking with fiery urgency, Abdullah proclaims, I am inviting you to the seventh and final covenant between God and mankind. Accepting this covenant is the only thing that will save you from the punishment which is about to come. This seventh covenant concept is crucial to understanding AROPL. Abdullah teaches that God made 6 previous covenants through major prophets, all of which humanity failed to uphold. Now, a final chance, a last covenant, is offered through Abdullah's movement. His claims extend far beyond a simple teacher or preacher. On his YouTube channel, The Mahdi Has Appeared, Abdullah asserts he is reincarnated successor of Jesus Christ, of the Apostle Simon Peter, of Prophet Muhammad, and the one legitimate Pope on earth. In essence, he presents himself as every messianic figure rolled into one. While AROPL borrows terms and figures from Islam, it drastically rewrites fundamental doctrines. Members are taught that 99% of all other religions, including mainstream Islam, are false, corrupted over time. Only Abdullah's interpretation represents the pure truth. Let's examine some of AROPL's most striking beliefs. Relocated holy sites. In perhaps their most controversial claim, AROPL teaches that the true Kaaba, Islam's holiest shrine, is not in Mecca at all, but rather in Petra, Jordan. This idea that Muslims worldwide have been worshiping at the wrong Kaaba for centuries is considered blasphemous by mainstream Islam.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't been dealt with in a physical way.
Unorthodox practices. Many pillars of Islamic practice are discarded or transformed. Daily prayers 5 times a day, not required. Ramadan fasting, the group observes it in December instead of following the Islamic lunar calendar. Women are not required to wear hijabs. Abdullah justifies these changes by claiming that the 7th covenant brings new divine laws. Permissive stance on vices. Most shocking to traditional Muslims, alcohol is permitted in AROPL, as long as it is consumed in moderation. Similarly, LGBTQ individuals are welcomed into the community without pressure to change. The group even publicly supported LGBTQ rights in protests, leading to arrest of members in Malaysia. Reincarnation and esoteric beliefs. Perhaps most radically, AROPL embraces reincarnation, a concept rejected by Islam. Abdullah
Well, they have to embrace reincarnation, and also like not just reincarnation, but the amalgamation of souls. Because how can he be the reincarnation of all of these figures at once, especially ones that coexisted in the same time period? Like people that were contemporaries of each other. It doesn't make sense. So they have to embrace reincarnation, but not only that, they have to like, you know, you can go around and like fuse all the different souls together and make like a super soul. It's absolute insanity.
teaches that the souls transmigrate across lifetimes and traditions. Many followers believe they are reincarnations of earlier prophets and saints. Abdullah's 2022 book, The Goal of the Wise, weaves a fantastical cosmic narrative. The biblical Eve's forbidden fruit was actually Fatima, Muhammad's daughter, in a past life. Jesus didn't die on the cross, but was swapped souls with someone else. Ancient Persian prophet Mani was the child of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. His theology even incorporates American political figures, claiming George Washington was actually Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Illuminati, reincarnated, and that George W. Bush is connected to the occultist Aleister Crowley.
I mean, that last one I might believe. I might believe that George W. Bush is related to Aleister Crowley in some form. They both look like little goblin demon men.
One researcher described AROPL as a syncretic faith mixing psychedelic consumption, New Age beliefs, soul reincarnation, ancient Egyptian gods, and space aliens. Yes, even extraterrestrials and even cryptids like Bigfoot play roles.
He's just making this as like all encompassing as he can so he can like capture everybody. He's like, I can get all the demographics at one, guys. Look at me go. Look at me go.
In Abdullah's cosmology. In his sermons, Abdullah frames these beliefs with overwhelming urgency. The world stands on the brink of divine cataclysm, he insists, and only those who accept his call will be spared. All those who have obeyed me have obeyed all the prophets and messengers, Abdullah tells his flock, equating loyalty to himself with loyalty to the divine, a classic hallmark of cult leadership. To outsiders, these doctrines range from strange reinterpretations to outright delusions of grandeur. But to his devotees, these radical ideas are exactly what make Abdullah authentic. They see mainstream religions as corrupt. Abdullah's willingness to break taboos proves he's guided by a higher truth. But beyond the theology lies a more troubling reality. The way Abdullah runs his movement. Former members and investigators describe practices that raise serious concerns about exploitation, control, and abuse. While Abdullah preaches peace and enlightenment, allegations from former members paint a far darker picture. Multiple ex-followers describe the Ahmadi religion of peace and light as a high-control group with disturbing practices. Sell your home and follow me.
And so that's the type of people that we are looking for. We're looking for people that are willing to sell their homes and to come and be amongst the community and to follow me. We're looking for people that are not going to wait.
We don't want any pause. We don't want any pause in this cult. So if you don't have a home worth in excess of 7 figures, that's okay. You can probably find another cult to join. But if you do have a home in like, you know, let's say a country where there's a housing bubble and your properties are worth, you know, a significant amount of money, that's okay. You can join. You are worthy. Hang on, guys. I just got to grab an hoodie. I'm so fucking cold. I think I'm going to get pneumonia. Hang on. Well, sorry, I think I have a fever. I'm like very, 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 very cold. I just put on the heater to like 30 degrees, so hopefully I can warm up. I have my duck down jacket on, you know, we're doing everything we can. And I don't think I'm healthy.
Or want to leave once they've come. We want people that love the Tao and love the truth and love Imam al-Mahdi and have a love and a willingness to sacrifice it all to establish a divine just state and be part of this divine story where the hopes of all of the prophets and the messengers were poured into in their efforts.
In the communal headquarters in Crewe, England, many followers have sold their houses, quit jobs, and emptied
Hello, Autofeel. What is up?
savings accounts to relocate under Abdullah's wing. He explicitly urges them to shed their former lives, an act of total commitment that conveniently channels substantial assets towards the group's leadership. This level of sacrifice isolates members from their past support networks and deepens their dependence on the community and on Abdullah himself, whom they reverently call Master. Blood oath rituals, perhaps the most macabre practice attributed to.
And I bet he sleeps with all the hot ones too. I bet you he sleeps with all the hot women in the cult. Damn, you can notice that Aussie accent anywhere. What is wrong with my accent? My accent is beautiful. How dare you? It is sexy. It is a sexy accent. You get exhausted and then your body temperature goes down. Yeah. Yeah, it is hard to regulate your body, for your body to regulate your temperature when you're fatigued, I think. You're a Kiwi? Oh, Kiwi accents are nice. We're supposed to hate each other. I don't hate Kiwis. I have a lot. Do you know how many Kiwis live in Australia? A lot. Do you know how many Kiwis live in Australia? Many, many. And many of them are hot. So I'm a fan. I am a fan of Kiwis. I think it's a hot accent. I enjoy it. It's a hot accent because it's like the Australian accent, but it's cute. It's cute. I like it. And like I said, lots of Kiwis are hot. So we are fans. We are fans of the Kiwis, I will say.
AROPL is the Loyalty Blood Oath. According to both insiders and Abdullah's own descriptions, new members must spill their blood into a communal jar as a sign of eternal fealty. This blood is collected and kept inside a replica of the biblical Ark of the Covenant that the group maintains. The ritual powerfully cements a sense of irrevocable loyalty. Once you've given your blood for the cause, turning back becomes psychologically and symbolically difficult. Arranged marriages and sexual control. Multiple ex-followers allege that Abdullah exerts intense control over the personal lives and marriages of his members. Arranged marriages within the group are commonly reported, with Abdullah playing matchmaker for young members who barely know each other. Even more disturbing are the accusations of sexual coercion. According to testimonies compiled by journalist Bay Schofield, several women came forward accusing Abdullah of sexual misconduct. They claim...
What did I say? It's a sex thing. He wants them to call him master and then he coerces them. This is giving Neil Gaiman... Did you read the... Well, don't read the stuff about Neil Gaiman. Actually, it's pretty gross. I wish I hadn't read it. But there's these people that are like into like these cults of personality and stuff. Yeah, it's like, it's always a sex thing. They like... Yeah, I knew it. As soon as they said he wants to be called master, I'm like, yeah, this is like an extreme like BDSM thing.
He manipulated female followers into sexual relations, taking advantage of his position. In one particularly heartbreaking account, a woman given the pseudonym Taslim was assigned a husband by Abdullah shortly after joining the community. When she became pregnant, and her husband decided to leave the cult, Abdullah allegedly ordered her to terminate the pregnancy, claiming it was God's will since the father had apostatized. Extreme obedience and fear tactics. Other reports speak of Abdullah testing followers' loyalty in bizarre and dangerous ways. One ex-member says Abdullah told him to put his arm in a cutting machine to prove his faith. Abdullah allegedly commanded another to jump off a third-story balcony and someone else to leap into a fire. Financial and immigration fraud. Beyond spiritual control, there are allegations of earthly crimes. Swedish authorities have documented that Abdullah's sect set up fraudulent companies as fronts to help members immigrate to the West. In Sweden, police discovered at least 3 fake businesses run by the group, including a restaurant in Örebro. These shell companies would hire cult members for fake jobs, allowing about 70 members and families to secure residency permits under false pretenses. This scheme continued until the Swedish Migration Board caught on and courts ruled the companies were a sham. The coordinated immigration fraud indicates a high level of organization and a willingness to flout secular law in service of Abdullah's divine mission. There are other allegations. There are whispers of even darker episodes. An ex-member claims Abdullah once solicited him to commit murder, offering detailed instructions on how to do it without getting caught. Others say he has threatened detract.
What do you think has to happen in your mind? Do you think it's just, I think he's somebody that like just loves attention, right? Whether it's positive or negative. And initially he was getting positive attention, right? He was exposing cults. And I think that first round of like media blitz he did when he like exposed the alien cult, I think he got addicted to that attention, right? He got addicted to the attention and the accolades. And then eventually, right, the cult busting space, the documentary cult busting space became too oversaturated. He couldn't get that high anymore of being praised. And he was like, hang on, I know a lot about cults. I know a lot about cults. I know a lot about how cults exploit people, how cults brainwash people, how to get people to worship me, how to get people to follow me. Hey, I can get money and I can get adulation. I can be a cult leader. I can get sex. I can get women to do whatever because they think I'm the fucking messiah. I reckon that's what it is. I reckon that's what it is. He's just he's always been a little weirdo, and he got the attention initially, right? He got the attention initially by being a good boy, and then he was like, well, if I can't get attention from being a good boy anymore because that realm is oversaturated, I'm gonna I'll be a bad boy.
And cursed those who leave with divine punishment or death. Nearly every classic sign of a dangerous cult is present. A charismatic, self-appointed messiah who tolerates no dissent, total control over members' lives, secretive rituals involving blood, alienation from family and society, financial and legal improprieties, and allegations of abuse, sexual, emotional, and possibly physical. Abdullah insists he's a righteous guide, and that the real reason his group faces criticism is because they challenge religious orthodoxy. But when former followers describe being traumatized and exploited, the movement starts to sound less like a benign spiritual community, more like a high-demand cult with one man at the top. How has such a group spread beyond a small circle? The answer lies in their masterful use of modern communication technologies. In the digital age, even fringe movements can find global audience. Abdullah Hashim has leveraged social media platforms to expand his influence far beyond his initial circle of devotees. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, these are Abdullah's mission fields now.
The Messiah's on TikTok, guys. Who would have thought we'd live in these times? The Messiah just poked you on Facebook.
TikTok.
You're in the Messiah's top 8 on MySpace. What do you do?
Live became one of AROPL's most effective recruiting tools, allowing young people from the Middle East to Europe to encounter charismatic preachers presenting Abdullah's message in real time. The group's online missionaries engage viewers in discussions about end times prophecy and the awaited Savior, inviting them to learn more, join Zoom classes, and eventually give the oath of allegiance to Abdullah. From their headquarters in England, Abdullah's team produces a daily live stream show called Rise Up, where converts share testimonials. Slick videos and graphics amplify the appeal, The cult now broadcasts on 2 satellite TV channels, reaching audiences across the Middle East and Africa. They boast over 48 social media accounts in at least 5 languages, plus multiple YouTube channels pumping out lectures.
If the Antichrist has to be here, then Christ has to be here. Yeah, I think it's like a 7-year period from the time that the Antichrist appears to the time that Christ appears, right? Because the end of days saga sort of takes 7 years. I think it depends whether or not you believe in the rapture doctrine or not. Then the rapture would take place 3.5 years into the 7-year. Anyway, I gotta refresh. I gotta do a little bit of a refresher. I think I've got to, yeah, I've got to spend next week refreshing my my Revelation, my Book of Revelation understanding, so I can do a spooky Saturday and Sunday next week on the end of days. Boom, boom, boom. It's gonna be sick.
Q&A sessions and apocalyptic proclamations. In essence, AROPL operates like a 21st century media startup, except its product is messianic fervor. This online blitz has translated into real-world followings across continents. By the group's own estimate, about 7,000 people worldwide have been in contact with the movement. AROPL claims communities or representatives in around 40 countries, including Iraq, Iran, Algeria, Egypt, Malaysia, Turkey, the UK, Sweden, Germany, the US, and Australia.
No!
In many Islamic countries, AROPL...
I was like, he hasn't said Australia, so we're safe. But he said Australia. Well, he didn't say Australia. He pronounced it very strangely. But that's okay. We'll let that slide.
Members have faced harassment and arrest for their unorthodox beliefs. In Algeria, 18 followers were arrested in 2022 for denigrating Islam. In Iran, dozens have been detained. In Malaysia in 2023, at least 8 members were arrested when the group's pro-LGBT stance and messianic claims caught authorities' attention. One dramatic international incident came in May of 2023, when 104 AROPL members from various countries converged at the Turkish-Bulgarian border to request EU asylum. They claimed religious persecution and pleaded for safe haven. Instead, Turkish police hauled them away and held them for months. They endured harsh treatment, even as some live-streamed their plight. The United Nations and human rights groups eventually intervened, and by October of 2023, Turkey released them under pressure. Many of those followers then made their way to countries like the UK and Germany. This incident brought global media attention to AROPL and sympathy from those who saw only a persecuted religious minority. Abdullah capitalized on it, framing himself as the leader of the world's most oppressed true religion. Ironically, the same factors that alarm critics, the group's rejection of mainstream Islam and embrace of Western liberal values, have allowed AROPL to find refuge in the West. British authorities treat it as a legal religious organization. AROPL
That is so crazy.
is registrating as an official charity in the UK and is recognized as a 501c3 non-profit church in the US. Through social media savvy and strategic relocation, Abdullah Hashim's reach is truly international. A young man in Cairo, a mother in Kuala Lumpur, a student in London, all can end up watching AROPL content, and if the message resonates at a vulnerable moment, they might soon be boarding a...
I just can't get over the laziness, right? He's like, yeah, I'll just grow some facial hair and pop on a beanie. He's just a Melbourne hipster. He just looks like a fucking Melbourne hipster. It looks like they grabbed some guy off the street in Coburg on Sydney Road and were like, hey, do you want to be the Messiah? Pop on this beanie, bro. Let's go.
...to join the commune. Abdullah Hashim presents himself as a beacon of light in a troubled world, a world he insists stands on the brink of apocalyptic destruction. But as we've seen, the light he offers casts deep shadows. His story serves as a haunting testament to how a charismatic individual can weave an intoxicating narrative that ensnares vulnerable minds. In just 2 decades, Abdullah transformed from exposing cults to allegedly running one of his own. The very tactics he once condemned, manipulation, control, fear-mongering, are now, according to former insiders, central to his leadership approach. We must remember that people drawn to groups like AROPL aren't crazy. Many are idealistic individuals genuinely yearning for spiritual truth or a better world. But under the influence of a self-proclaimed messiah, these noble intentions can be twisted toward dangerous ends. When a leader demands absolute obedience, severs your family ties, asks for your blood, your wealth, your body, these are unmistakable warning signs of cult manipulation. No legitimate faith requires surrendering your free will and well-being to one man. History has shown us repeatedly the devastating consequences when groups surrender critical thinking to charismatic leaders. From Jonestown to Heaven's Gate, from Am Shinrinko to Nixium, the pattern remains disturbingly consistent. For those who have escaped AROPL's influence, the road to recovery is often long and painful. I lost 3 years of my life and nearly lost myself, one former member shared. Abdullah makes you believe he has all the answers, that only through him can you find salvation. It's only when you're out that you realize how deeply he manipulated your reality. Yet there is hope. Support networks for former cult members exist, offering understanding without judgment. Families torn apart by Abdullah's teachings have reunited, rebuilding bonds that seemed irreparably severed.
How long has this cult been going for? Not very long. He's already fucked up a lot of shit. It's been expelled from a lot of countries already. Jesus.
For those concerned about loved ones who may be involved with AROPL or similar groups, experts recommend maintaining open communication without direct confrontation about the leader of the group. The moment you attack the group, you reinforce their us versus them mentality, advises cult intervention specialist Rochelle Burke.
Yeah, it's like when a parent says that they don't like your boyfriend and they don't want you, or they don't want you hanging out with a certain group of friends. It just makes you want to hang out with them more. We've all been there.
Instead, ask questions that promote critical thinking and be a safe harbor they can return to when doubts arise. The Ahmadi religion of peace and light will likely continue attracting recruits as long as uncertainty and chaos plague our world. In times of crises, the promise of a savior with all the answers exerts a powerful pull on the human psyche. It falls to each of us to maintain our critical faculties when confronted with extraordinary claims. Scrutiny is not an act of disrespect, it's a safeguard of our autonomy. A true spiritual guide welcomes questions. A false one demands blind loyalty. If you or someone you know encounters the teachings of Abdullah Hashem or any leader making messianic claims, remember this investigation. Look beyond the charismatic presentation.
If he can't even be bothered coming up with a cool cosplay, nah, you've lost me, mate. This is so low effort, it's offensive. Look, there are girls on OnlyFans that put in more effort than this guy, alright? Like, sort it out, mate. Sort it out. Should we play Exorcist, Subway Exorcist Girl? What's the game called? I don't know, I'm dyslexic. Anyway. Yay! Oh, it's me! It's me. I gotta turn down the desktop audio because it's loud. From memory? Boop. Is it loading? What's happening? Yes, I did. Alright. Ooh! Help me! Okay, we have regular talismans. Okay, 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 okay. Oh my goodness, be quiet. Where's Mio, mummy? She's coming. She'll be coming real soon. Don't worry. Okay, if any of you have seizures, it's your own responsibility. The game is not taking responsibility for your seizures. Oh, we ran away from home and we have no money and we're not making money at the working at the convenience, so we had to become an exorcist. We read all of this yesterday, so let's just... We joined an exorcism organization set up in Tokyo by Chinese compatriots. They came to Tokyo to investigate an ancient organization that had killed many people in pursuit of immortality. I was working at a store when some girl was like, "Hey, you look like you could exorcise ghosts," and I was like, "Sure, gotta be better than this shit." And here I am, doing my first exorcism job where I will probably die a gruesome death. Recently, there have been consecutive cases of people going missing in the Tokyo subway. The common feature of the missing person is they entered the subway station late at night but never came out. Anyway, the police suck. They need me to do it because why not send a little impoverished girl who has no choice but to risk her own life because she's too poor to afford cup ramen. Let's go. Officer Titties is saying, "Oh, we've evacuated all the people. You can feel free to risk your life doing our job because we suck." Yep, no problem. The first carriage has been confirmed to be clear, but opening the door to the right and entering the second carriage is a starting point to beyond our comprehension. All you have to do is exercise the paranormal phenomena in all the cars. When you're done, you can leave the train and come back. We'll be at the subway entrance. Looking forward to your safe return. Good luck. Got it. It's my sister who recruited me to be an exorcist. It sounds a bit like exploitative, but okay. How's it going? How does it feel to be on a mission? Yeah, whatever. Don't worry. We're willing to risk your life because you're just some bitch who works at a conveni. Moreover, the 8 trigrams talisman on your chest have been enlightened, and it's a sacrifice of 10 years of someone else's life in exchange for the talisman. It is able to protect you even if you are in danger. It will be able to get you back. Let's rewind everything and get you back to the first compartment where the entropy is the lowest. You can try again from the beginning. Also, the talisman I gave you, you have to use it sparingly. It's very precious. If you come back from a mission with a surplus, you can exchange it for a bonus from the department. These aren't the usual talismans you see in Taoist temples. I think we just read this yesterday. We'll just... Just like Go, if you don't clear the anomaly in one compartment and directly try to move on to the next compartment, then behind you and in front of you will be at high entropy, anomalous aura, and your aura will fall into a siege that will eventually lead to extinction. Well, after studying the mission, the video call may now also lose signal. Whether or not you can make contact is entirely up to fate, so you'll have to improvise. That sister, what's going on? What's wrong? The buttons on your test are falling apart again. Ooh, ghost pervert. Like, as if you wouldn't go with an exorcist with her on her first time. I'm just a sacrificial lamb. These people suck. A special talisman sticker gun produced by the Chinese Spirit Exorcism Association. Enlightened talismans are processed into a roll of tape with a certain hardness, thickness, and mounted on the talisman gun. The tape gun is equipped with a driving motor inside. When the trigger is pressed, yeah, it's just your price sticker gun from Woolies. Yay, it's the cat again. A strange-looking black cat is staring at me, both in the game and in real life. I'm sure you humans won't be afraid of me when I'm like this, right? You humans are a pain in the ass. In the past, even if I suddenly appeared in my human form, people would run away screaming when they saw me. I'm sure it's no problem if I become a cat. The kitten in front of me was saying something to herself. Although it looks cute, I'm still holding the talisman gun in my hand out of caution. I stood on guard. I want to make a deal with you. I want the talismans you have in your hat. Why do you want them? Of course, I can't give this to you. It's a tool to ward off evil spirits. Don't be nervous, meow. It's a fair deal. See this twister next to me? It's my specially made twister. It's not an ordinary thing. You need to spend one talisman at a time to make a twisted egg extraction. Perhaps the items you can acquire from it are more valuable than the talisman in your hand. It might be much more valuable than the talisman you're holding. I'll forget it. I'm here to work. I can't exorcise the evil spirits without the talismans, and I can't use the talismans here. If you're lucky, you'll get more powerful talismans from my twister with better effects. Thunder talisman, fire talisman, invisibility talisman. That's a lot better than the ordinary talismans you're holding. It's not impossible to win 3 talismans with one. Don't you want to try? You're sure to have a surplus of talismans in your hand anyway. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I think we have to go shift. Shift. Oh, shut up. Where's the talisman? How do I know when I'm on the talisman? Oh, because it's not lighting up very well. Shut up, would you? I think that's it. Please click on the talisman slot. I just turned the sticky keys on? I think so. I don't know what I did. You're gonna scream? Shut up. I'm dumb. Somebody help me. I did it bimbo times. Oh, I got rubbish. Can I choose which talismans to insert? I don't know. I don't think so. One more. I think that's probably good. Oh no, not this one. It's your favorite. It's your favorite one. The woman with long hair noticed that I wasn't attacking her, but instead slightly turned my head toward my direction. I think they meant her head, but okay. Is it Moon? Yes, I am Moon. The woman with long hair revealed a blood-red eye from her hair and looked at me. You're not Moon. You're quite cute, but Moon is more beautiful than you. Well, that's quite rude. I've been waiting for Moon. I've been waiting for many years. Has Moon forgotten me? No. Has Moon reincarnated? She doesn't know that I'm trapped here, right? Looks like you are a vengeful spirit, but you haven't attacked me. I am here to wait for Moon. Maybe one day her soul will find me. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for Moon. I'm an exorcist. I received a request to come here to expel the evil spirits. I don't want to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even had a chance to expel me and would have died here. You would have simply become another soul trapped in this chaotic vortex. The woman's voice was calm and gentle, her tone pleasant. She spoke these words without changing her expression. I already had goosebumps all over my body. I felt the temperature in the room drop significantly. Oh, let's play the game. This is a chaotic vortex, like the whirlpool in the sea. Many things are drawn here, including souls. I'm trapped here and can't reincarnate. Actually, I could choose to end it myself, completely dissipate. The last remnants of consciousness would also appear completely from this world, but I am unwilling. I've waited for such a long time, and besides crying here alone, I can do nothing. I'm very lonely. You're the first person I've encountered. Waiting is the base color of life. Most of our time in life is spent waiting. I've waited for a long time. It gets a little boring. How about you keep me company and chat for a while? There you go. There you go, Delta. There you go. That's something for your wank bank, sir. There she is. Look at her. Oh, she's not wearing a bra and her hair is covering her nips. There you go. The long-haired woman finally brushed aside her hair, revealing the face beneath it. Jet black, shiny hair, pale skin, glowing crimson pupils, so beautiful that I was struck speechless. She looked at me for a moment, then smiled faintly. Her expression was somewhat sly, making my hair stand on end, as if her gaze completely penetrated me. Let's play a turtle soup game. Do you know how to play it? Yep. The version I'm going to play with you will be slightly different. But first, let me present the scenario. In an idol group, the most popular member, Moon, was exposed for having a secret relationship a few months ago. After leaving the group and disappearing for several months, her dead body was discovered in a rented apartment. The cause of death, poisoning. At the scene of her death, who along with her body was another girl in the idol group, Mio. According to media reports, Mio and Moon were inseparable and confidants within the group. The exposed photo of Moon with her secret boyfriend was taken by none other than Mio. Moon's secret boyfriend was an ordinary man, a low-ranking office worker. He had been Moon's high school classmate, though they were not a couple back then. Before the secret relationship was exposed, both Mio and Moon were shortlisted as potential lead actresses for a highly anticipated new film by the nation's most renowned director. They were competitors for the role. The public believed that Mio had always known the truth about Moon's secret relationship and chose to expose it during the casting competition to secure the role for herself. 1 month after Moon was poisoned in the rented apartment, Mio died by jumping in front of a subway train the day before filming began. Question: what is the truth of the matter? You can ask questions in 2 rounds. In each round, you can choose 3 questions to ask. I will answer yes or no. Based on my answer, piece together the truth and keep it in mind. To test whether you truly understand the truth, I will ask you 4 questions and you must answer all of them correctly. If you get them all right, I will tell you the full truth of the story. In great detail from start to finish, do you understand? What is the truth of the matter? You can ask... Yeah, we got it. Alright. Piece together the truth. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. Three questions. Was the photo of Moon and her boyfriend that was exposed taken by Mio? Yes. Were Moon and her exposed boyfriend truly in a relationship? You think you remember? Yeah, but we still gotta ask questions. First question, was Moon poisoned by Mio? No? Was Mio's death a suicide? Was Mio's death a suicide? I think she was sad because her girlfriend died. The long-haired sister seemed surprised as she hadn't expected me to get all the answers correct. Well, it helps that we died playing this yesterday. You answered everything correctly. Thank you. I didn't expect you to see through the truth. Perhaps you can truly understand me. Alright, next I'll tell you the truth of the story. For so long, I've had no one to share my story with, and the world's hatred for me has never ceased. The endless hatred from the world keeps torturing me even after my death. This resentment has gathered upon me, trapping me in this cycle. All truths were buried with my death, never to be clarified. I will forever endure the world's hatred and misunderstanding. My soul will remain trapped here, suffering endlessly. My name is Mio, a member of a girl idol group. Ooh. And Moon was the most beautiful, most popular member of the group. Moon was a natural idol. Her skin was as delicate and pale as porcelain, and under sunlight, the stage lights, she glowed angelically. Her features seemed like the masterpiece of a top artist, once-in-a-lifetime work worthy of worldwide acclaim. Even those beautiful women in paintings seemed less lively and exquisite compared to her. Yeah, like we couldn't tell that you had a big old Lezo crush, love. She was lively, cheerful, and full of energy. Becoming the most popular type idol was only a matter of time for her. As members of the same girl idol group spent every day together, she and I became inseparable, sharing everything. Day by day, I was continuously moved by her cuteness and kindness. Ugh, sounds like me. I'm so cute. I was a dull person with no hobbies in life. My days were grey, monotonous, and joyless. Becoming an idol was merely a way to make money and survive. I was incapable and unintelligent, unfit for other jobs. The only thing I had was a decent appearance and a tall figure. Otherwise, I might have had to return to my rural hometown to live off my parents. But Moon's presence brought unprecedented joy and happiness to my life. During the days I spent with her, no matter how exhausting the idol life training and activities were, I could only feel a sense of ease and comfort standing behind her. Before long, I realized that my feelings for her went far beyond friendship. Afraid of losing her completely, there were countless times I wanted to kiss her and hug her, but I had to hold back. Just being able to stay by her side is enough, I told myself. I knew Moon would never like me in that way. She liked boys, and that was the reason I decided I could never confess. Aww. She and I shared everything, and one day during a meal, she quietly revealed a secret to me. She had started dating someone in secret. Her partner was her high school classmate, now a company employee, an ordinary man. I listened calmly on the surface, continuing to eat, but my hands couldn't stop trembling. However, when I saw her eyes filled with anticipation and her blushing cheeks glowing with a smile, I knew she felt happy. Inside, I shed tears and smiled, clapping for her in my heart, genuinely feeling happy for her. Moon was a pitiful girl who came from a poor single-parent family. My greatest wish was for her to be happy. See, that's real love. You would be happy if the person that you loved was happy with someone else and not you. Not like be a vengeful psycho. Take note, borderline personality people. Wasn't that all I wanted? Although I didn't understand why Moon, who valued her idol career more than life itself, would have a secret relationship, I believed she must have her reasons. Later, I met her boyfriend, whose name was Xiang. He was an impoverished, ordinary man with an honest personality. It was clear to me that Moon was an angel who had saved his life as well. I kept their secret and got along harmoniously with them. I had taken countless photos of adorable Moon, cool Moon, and quirky Moon. Now I also captured the two of them together. A happy Moon. Until one day I woke up to see the phone screen flooded with news alerts and inquiring from friends and colleagues. The photos I had taken of Moon and her boyfriend had made headlines in the news and top trending topics on various international platforms. I was completely clueless and at a loss as to what to do. The headlines read, Moon, a current top idol, exposed for being in a secret relationship, and all fingers pointed at me. The media and fans believed that I had exposed Moon's secret relationship, claiming it was because Moon and I had been competing for the lead role in a famous director's new film. I had no interest in becoming the movie's lead actress, but it was true that I had taken the photos. My voice was drowned out in the tidal wave of cyberbullying. I had no strength to resist and could only struggle in the ocean of abuse, enduring the long and painful process of drowning. The overwhelming harassment and my dire situation didn't matter to me because I knew that Moon, whom I couldn't contact, must be suffering 100 times more than I was. My home address was leaked. My phone was inundated with death threats and spam messages day and night. I hid at home, sleeping from morning to night, not even daring to open the door for deliveries. Moon announced her withdrawal from the girl idol group 2 days later, becoming an ordinary person. That was the only information I knew about Moon for a long time after the incident. From then on, I completely lost contact with her. Her phone number was disconnected and she moved out of her previous address. My Moon disappeared from my world entirely, as if she had never been there. I could have endured the grey, monotonous life, but because of Moon, after the incident, returning to the same old life made me realize how unbearable it truly was. The only trace of Moon I could find was within the idol group itself. I returned to the group, going through training, performing, and smiling like a lifeless shell. If I could no longer see Moon, I hoped she could at least still see me. 3 months later, I received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was Moon's voice. She laughed on the phone saying she wanted to meet me and gave me the address of her rented apartment. Listening to her voice on the phone, I wanted to say something, but my voice felt choked. I could only and desperately unable to form a single word. When I arrived at the apartment, Moon opened the door. She who had always been pale now looked thin and ghostly like a mannequin. Her room and hair were messy, with trash and clothes scattered everywhere, yet she was still so beautiful, a heart-wrenching fallen angel. She welcomed me in with a smile. At that moment, I could no longer hold back. All my emotions erupted like a volcano from my chest. I hugged her tightly and cried like a child. I told her the truth. I didn't leak her secret. It wasn't me. I missed her so much. I told her I couldn't live without her. She caressed my hair like a saint, smiling as she comforted me. This is so Sailor Moon if Sailor Moon was really dark. Even if you didn't explain, even if you didn't explain, even if it was you, I've already forgiven you a long, long time ago, Mio, she said. Moon told me she broke up after leaving the group. She later developed severe depression, shutting herself indoors every day. She knew that the idol career was now and truly ruined, and that was the root of her pain and depression. Yes, I always knew. Dating meant nothing compared to her obsession with becoming the perfect idol. One person can bring so much happiness and motivation to so many others. That's why I wanted to become an idol. Reuniting with her, I felt it was finally time to confess my feelings. I hugged her tightly and told her, I like you so much. She replied, I like you the most too. I looked her in the eyes and said, No, I love you. Uh-oh. Her eyes widened for 2 seconds. I told her how much I had loved her all along. Oh no. How I had truly fallen for her, and how much effort I had put into hiding my feelings for her. I couldn't stop talking. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. You're the most important person in my life, Mio, she said. At that moment, all the pain and resentment dissipated. I felt like the happiest person on earth. What? But then, blood began to trickle from her lips, and she suddenly coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the floor. It all happened so abruptly, without any foreshadowing. I called you here because I wanted to see you one last time, Mio, she said. Before you came, I had already taken poison, but I couldn't stop worrying about you. I wanted you to know that I never blamed you. I wanted to see the person I cared about the most before I died. I couldn't hear a single word. My ears were ringing the whole time. Yes, why didn't I think of it? She was Moon, the one who had valued her idol career more than life itself. She could no longer be an idol after leaving the stage. Her life naturally began to wither. She suddenly wanting to meet me, it had been for a reason. The reason was that she had already decided to leave this world. She simply wanted to see me before she left, to make sure I wouldn't blame myself for her departure. It was so sudden, yet it made so much sense. Why didn't I think of it? So sudden, yet so logical. Why didn't I think of it? Moon died in my arms. The last person she looked at in her life was me. Later, the police and reporters arrived, shouting loudly, the figures of paramedics and officers running around me, the flashing lights of reporters' cameras, all played out like a slideshow. And like a wind-up doll that had lost its spring, sat there lifeless, in body and spirit collapsing into a deep heap. At the police station, I sat there like a block of wood, blankly answering questions. Even before the investigation results were released, the news and internet had already labelled me as the murderer who killed Moon, a venomous and malicious woman. I didn't care about any of that. I was so numb, I couldn't even form an expression, unable to react to Moon's death. Even if the police sentenced me to murder and locked me in prison, I wouldn't have cared. Because without Moon, I was already imprisoned in the jail of life itself. The coroner's report and hallway surveillance proved there was insufficient evidence to convict me of Moon's murder, but that wasn't the story the internet or media wanted to hear. A week later, Moon's former boyfriend, Zhang, knelt before me, his hands and face pressed firmly to the ground as he solemnly said, "I'm sorry." He said it was he who had willingly sent Moon's secret relationship photos to the media, never imagining things would spiral into this. His lips were pale, his eyes hollow, and his words trembled as he spoke, his emotions overwhelming him to the point of sobbing several times, struggling to form complete sentences, and I just listened blankly, expressionless. Zhang told me back in school, Moon was ostracized and bullied by her classmates for her extraordinary beauty and kindness. Because she came from a single-parent family, the malice towards her knew no bounds. The pure malice shadowed Moon's entire middle school life. She was always alone, often bullied and mistreated, yet she still smiled at others. One day, a group of girls in her grade grabbed her by the hair and slammed her head against the wall. It was then that the upperclassman Zhang stepped in to protect her. At that time, Zhang was handsome, outstanding, stunning, and academically excellent. He was respected by all the students in the school. Moon survived a peaceful period under Zhang's protection, although their interaction at that time was limited to just that. Moon always remembered it in her heart. The world is complicated. After graduating and struggling in Tokyo, Zhang was laid off from his company. The pressures of life crushed him. At that moment, already a famous idol, Moon happened to run into him and extend her angelic hand to help. Rather than saying she was dating me, it was more accurate to say she was saving me, Zhang said. Moon had always been stalked and watched by obsessive fans. Some even rented apartments in the building opposite her residence to spy on her room with telescopes. As a result, Moon developed a habit of keeping her curtains drawn even during the day. Not long ago, Moon wanted to go to the convenience store late at night. When she opened the door, she found a man kneeling at her doorstep, pressing his head against the door. Listening to the sounds inside, Xiang said. The same horrifying scenarios weren't new to her. She told me about it in her messages, saying she was very scared, Xiang said. I was furious. I couldn't stand it, but due to her status as a famous idol and the paparazzi constantly lurking, I couldn't be by her side in time to protect her. Xiang cried as he apologized to me repeatedly, saying he wished for Moon to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. He wished Moon would never endure such dangerous situations again, and he wished to stay by her side to protect her. If Moon had starred in the lead role of the movie, she would have undoubtedly become even more famous, and her life would drift farther and farther away from his. He said he was too selfish, so he decided to expose her secret relationship before she started filming the movie. He hoped she would stop being an idol and live a quiet life with him. But everything that happened afterward, as well as their breakup, made him realize he had made a terrible mistake. He didn't even have the courage to confess to Moon that he was the one behind it all. After that, Moon disappeared and he never saw her again until he heard about her death. You don't understand Moon's heart at all. That was the last thing I said to Xiang. The days became increasingly unbearable for me, and I grew solitary and withdrawn, unable to smile at the others like Moon could in her painful and humiliating life. One day I went to visit Moon's grave. When I tried to buy her favorite character merchandise at a gift shop, I suddenly couldn't remember her favorite character or color. Even though I used to know these things so bad, I broke down in the gift shop, crouching and crying uncontrollably. Moon was fading away from my world. Is there an afterlife or a spirit world? Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, I want to go to the world where Moon exists. Finally, at a subway station on impulse, I jumped onto the tracks, ending my dull and unremarkable life. But after my deaths, all the truths would forever remain unknown to the public. People's comments on my death were as expected. Guilt drove her to suicide. That venomous woman who killed Moon to steal the lead role in a movie. They mocked, but Moon really wasn't idol material, was she? Secretly dating like that. Being an idol must be really lonely. I couldn't endure such rumors anymore, nor could I let the truth be revealed to the world. Thank you for coming in and listening to my story. Even if you're the only one who knows. The long-haired sister finished her story and started smiling at me. I wanted to say something, but my throat tightened and no words came out. She looked at me gently, and then I noticed her form starting to become ethereal. Her once solid figure turned into a faint shadow. The long-haired sister vanished. Oh, we didn't have to exercise her. She just wanted to tell us about how much she loved Moon. Oh, this is so cute. This is the cutest little saddest lesbian story ever. I haven't even used the talisman yet. Maybe if I listened to her story, she could finally find some peace. Oh, but the carriage is still haunted. That actually almost made me cry, Delta. I started choking up. I don't know if you could hear in my voice, but that actually made me really sad. Didn't the Korean media bully some actor to death or something? Yeah, we can talk about that later. Oh no, it's the alien! I don't know how to do the thing with the alien. Math Bimbo? Yeah, we tried that. Act dumb but be smart, last question. A pungent smell in the train car, very unpleasant. Hang on, guys. I'll be back in like 1 second. Oh, is the mic back on? Yeah, it is. Awesome. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Kim Se-ron, the girl that committed suicide after the Korean media bullied her. I thought you were talking about that girl. Not the girl that was on the dating show. She didn't kill herself. That was Minji, I think. She pretended to be rich, and that's why they bullied her, because they felt deceived. Because she was a dirt spoon and she pretended to be a golden spoon. Those are Korean terms, by the way. They're very obsessed with class over there. The one flaw of their society, I have to say. That was real? Yeah, that was real. Oh, you were talking about someone else? No, that happened in real life. I know, Delta. It was a joke. It was called a joke. In front of me, a strange humanoid creature suddenly appears. It's an alien. All right, let's just get to the quiz. Hello, Earthling. What's going on? All right, test my intelligence. What is the value of pi? All right. We're entering them all wrong, and then the last one. How many questions were there? Were there 3? It was this one we did wrong. You said Earth orbits the sun. So I have to get this one right. So adorably dumb. You got it wrong again. Let me think of another question. Which of the following descriptions about time is correct? The Earth rotates once in 12 hours. The Earth revolves around the sun in 365 days. A minute has 100 seconds. Time can flow backwards. Haha, cunning fellow, you perfectly avoided the correct answer 4 times in a row. This is enough to prove you're clever. It seems you're a qualified test subject. It seems humans are intelligent. You are a qualified test subject. Come with me. No! We ended up dying. So freaking frustrating. Did I get all of the flames? Yeah. Which one is this? This is probably the clown. The rules of the game are very simple. At the beginning, you had 1,000 points. Okay. You need to click on the left first, pay, enter the score you want to pay. It can be any number. The score will be deducted from your total score. How much do we want to pay? Let's pay 50. How do I... The rules of the game are very simple. At the beginning, you had 1,000 points. You need to click on the left first, pay. Enter the score you want to pay. Do you see the golden button on the right? Click the golden button. I don't. All right. How much do we want to pay? 500? I don't know. it gonna let me? Fuck me. Not letting me do anything. Oh my god, why are the boys talking about fucking physics in the chat? Shut the fuck up. You know what's relative? You know what's relative besides fucking... the fucking time-space continuum? My rage for boys that talk about physics. That's what's fucking relative around here, cunts. Alright? So sort it out. Help me play this, because I don't... how much should I gamble? Didn't you say you were you were enslaved by the monster known as Gambler, Hyperbovian? Don't you play poker or something with like some... Start rolling. You can only use effect items during the 2 intervals between rolling effect items. Probably a talisman, double up. Yeah. Can I use my talismans in here though? I don't think I can. Like, can I? Just kill me so I can start again. Alright. Well, we exercised one girl at least. We are just gonna have to try and exercise the fucking clown as soon as we see it. Fucking straight on there. Oh no, not the saw carriage. I don't understand. Yeah, we know, mate. We know. Did anyone work out how to use the fucking code? For the freaking... Oh, wait, this is a clue. 12:15. The minute hands point to 3. Yeah, let's try that. It should be 125 or 1203. 125 or 1203. $12.15.03. Did I try it? I did try $12.15.03. $12.15.03. I'll try it again. No, I did try that. It doesn't help with translation issues. It does not. What does the second hand point to? You know the code? Tell me the code. Yeah, tell me the code, Delta. I'm never gonna fucking guess it. I'm too dumb. 21, 12, 15. 27, 12, 15. How did you get that? Great, I'm gonna have to chop this guy's leg off, aren't I? Because 12 plus 15 is 27. Okay, well, smarty pants. Look at you knowing how to do kindergarten level addition. Oh, just showing off around here, are we? Oh, in the kingdom of the blind man, the one-eyed man is king. Okay? In the kingdom of bimbos, Delta is king, guys. I took the subway after work at night, then suddenly passed out. When I woke up, it was like this. I noticed that the man's right foot was chained to the subway handrail. At first, I thought this was some kind of variety show, reality TV. I shouted desperately, but no one responded to me. My foot was chained to the seat. I couldn't leave here. At first, I thought it might be a stupid joke someone played on me. So I didn't panic too much and sat down to wait. Maybe the person who trapped me here would appear, or they would find this boring and end this fast. I didn't know at the time. I kept waiting. I felt like I might have waited 40 hours. Nothing happened. I started to panic. We read all this yesterday. Alright, let's not bring him water. Let's use the chainsaw to cut his foot off. Where's the chainsaw? Why can't I select the chainsaw? Can I select the chainsaw? Maybe gotta move to the chain. Yeah, maybe, if it will let me interact with the chain. I shouldn't give him the drink, right? Because it's probably poison. If it's like sore, it means it's probably poison. Maybe do the water first. Don't worry, I will save you. I saw you just now opening that iron cage. That cage seems to have a password lock. How did you know the password? I am a genius. Delta is a genius who has mastered kindergarten level addition skills. Who let me be a genius? Solving a little password lock is a piece of cake. Now that you finally got the chainsaw, can you help me saw off the leg chains? The chainsaw is quite dangerous. It's heavy if not held steady. Why don't you give it to me? I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Shouldn't we do it ourselves? He might kill us. Should we give him the chainsaw? He might kill us. I don't know. I don't know, chat. What do I do? Yeah, don't give. I want to do it myself. He tore off his own face. Staying in the corner is so boring. Thank you for playing this escape room game with me. Thank you for unlocking the shackles so I can move freely. The puppet rushed at me, grabbed the chainsaw and took it away. It was so strong, like a machine, quick and forceful. There was no way I could compete with it. It grabbed the chainsaw and my hand was pulled so hard it burnt with pain. I was once so prominent in theatre, dedicated so many great performances. Now they say no one is watching, and they say I will scare the children, so they abandoned me in the corner. Just because I'm not human, just because I'm not human. Now I want to play something more fun. Turn you into a puppet too. How are we supposed to do anything? Because it won't let us put a talisman on him. Oh, maybe we can just talisman the whole carriage. I don't know. At least the lesbian ghost was nice. The rest of these ghosts are fucking dickheads. What the fuck is this? That was terrifying. I don't like this. I don't like this. Help me. Help me. It's a baby. A lot of smoke is rising from the ground. This carriage feels very ominous. There's a strange fragrance permeating the carriage. No, not the babies. It's the baby from Spirited Away that hates germs. Signal is back. You look pale. Were you scared? What's going on? A very scary monster appears. Why does such terrifying stuff appear in this subway? What exactly happened here? Simply put, this subway train was deliberately set here by those people. It's a vortex of chaotic high entropy, so anything can happen. Those people. The train is a trap set by immortals to take the lifespans of ordinary people. The whole train is a setup. It's an anomaly gathering area full of chaos. Is there really someone who can live forever? If someone lives forever, then someone must die young. This is the law of immortality conservation. The train is a furnace. Getting on this train is like entering the human furnace, being fused and refined, your lifespan taken by the one who made the furnace. These people want to live forever, so they keep creating deaths for ordinary people, disguised as accidents. I see. They say the one who set up this human furnace train is a Ming Dynasty person still alive today. So scary. Alright, no more talking. The weird thing is coming. Time to get to work. Bye. Xian Ming, don't be afraid. Bai is almost sensing your spiritual power. Stay. Just treat it as playing a horror game. Nothing will really happen. What? Alright, let's just put a fire talisman on him straight away. Alright, I think we tried the middle clown last time. What clown should we stick it on? Shut up, for the love of all that is holy. Oh no, this is a cockroach one. What should I do with the cockroaches? Should I burn the cockroaches? I have a fire talisman that can go on the ground, right? I should probably do that. All right, let's put the fire talisman on the ground, I reckon. Did I put it on the ground? I'm trying to put it on the ground. Help me put it on the ground. Quick, fire talisman, go on the ground, please. You think I need the gas mask? There's one on the seat. Oh, I probably do. Okay. Well, so far we've killed 2 monsters. So far we've done 2 monsters. We have actually cleared 2 carriages. To be honest, the game doesn't really give great hints. Yeah, and I'm not the, you know, the brightest bulb at the best of times. Because my brain doesn't work because I have lupus, and it makes me dumb. Not this guy again. So what do we do with this guy? I think we just set him on fire. Kill him with fucking fire, right? Let's do shift lightning. We're gonna set you on lightning. Give him the chainsaw. I'm not giving him the chainsaw. I'm gonna go straight to this. I think I need the lightning charm. Why didn't it work? Maybe try fire. The puppet is wood. He is wood. I was gonna try fire, but then I changed my mind. Alright, how do I activate the fire charm? It's not working. Yeah, we get it, mate. Shut the fuck up. Fire charm, why aren't you working? Fuck me. Did I get myself with the fire charm? What just fucking happened? Maybe I can only kill him when he's evil? Yeah, maybe. Try the chainsaw on the body bag. Alright. It didn't let me interact with anything in the carriage besides, like... There's not much I can interact with in this carriage at all. I can interact with the water. I can interact with the clock. Shut up, for the love of fucking God. I can't even select the chainsaw. You've got no more fire? I know I've got no more fire. I am acutely aware that I have no more fire. Alright, let me unselect the invisibility charm because it's fucking driving me up the wall. Want you to look up what to do. Should we cheat? Cheating is bad. Is it? I don't know. There aren't too many options. Surely we can just try them all. Yeah, hand over the chainsaw. No, we can't control the chainsaw. It's a cutscene. I'm trying to get an amulet in my hand. Fire, lightning. Turn off the sticky keys. I think we have to burn him. I think it's the only way. The paper crane was interactable in that room, was it? How many invisibility fucking talismans do I have? I don't want them, they're shit. Give me a fire one. That's it, I'm all out of talismans. Unless there's another flame around here. Fuck it. Alright, we'll try one more monster and then I'm gonna... Actually, should we go straight into the nighttime stream straight away? Should I just keep on streaming instead of doing... Because it's Sunday night, everyone wants to go to bed early anyway. I could just do... Just change the title of the stream. Alright. Oh, it's this again. Alright, where's the paper crane? The paper crane? Oh, the paper crane is. $27. Don't believe what that man says. What does this mean? Who left this message here? Can this message be trusted? Is it possible that this message is meant to mislead? Okay. Maybe there is more interactable stuff here. Did I eat? No, I haven't eaten today. Okay, what do you reckon we should do? I just want to stick a talisman on him. I know I need to eat Delta. I should eat and then come back and do the nighttime stream, I guess, but I'll start it early. Oh, could I be like the real streamers and go yum 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 and eat my dinner while I'm streaming? Yum 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 yum. Do you want to hear panda ASMR of me going delicious, delicious, delicious dinner? Yeah, eat right into the microphone. If you want to carry on, just BRB while you cook. Yeah, I could do that. Maybe it'll bring up different options now that we've read the paper crane. Do you reckon? And deep throat the mic like Elvis. My mic's a little bit too girthy, you know? It's a little bit too girthy. Look, I do have some skills, I will say, but they're not that advanced. Uh-oh. Maybe it'll give me an option to use a chainsaw on him now that we read the letter. Let's try this. Let's try not taking the chainsaw. Alright, maybe we're just gonna try a talisman. I don't know. We tried lightning, it doesn't work. We can't try invisibility. I don't know what to do. I think we're just gonna have to die. Let's just die. Let's just die and hope we get a fucking fire talisman and fucking work out how to fucking use it. Can you tell I'm frustrated? You saw an article before, you might link it in Discord for later? Yeah. Because I want to see what happened at the Nazi march. I want to see how many people turned up at the Nazi march. The feds are going to have a hard time writing down all those names. I've got a feeling it's going to be a hard day's work for them. I tried to see if I could cut him, but I couldn't. We better get a fucking fire talisman, I tell you what. I can use my fire. Where's my fire? Oh, I can buy them off him with the fire, that's right. I thought he said I can... If you've used up all your talisman, you could work for this immortal and collect my lost spirit flames. Those blue flames may appear in various compartments. Touch them and you'll get them. The flames... Well, that's it. I can be invisible. I hope that's useful. Fuck me. Look. You might need to start a new game. Yeah, I think I am gonna have to start a new game. How do I get out of this godforsaken game? Somebody help me! I'm stuck! Maybe invisible will let you go to the next car? Maybe. I mean, we could try that. Fuck off. Oops, wrong car to be invisible. Wrong car to be invisible in. Trying to get the mask. Alright, well, I put on the mask and it didn't do anything and I still died, so... Look, guys, I'm gonna go fucking eat. I'm done. I think I'm gonna start a new game and we vanquished 2 monsters. Let's... You think I died at the same time as putting on the mask? Yeah, probably. Alright, guys, I'm gonna go get dinner. Bye! Did you miss me? I am back. Is everybody here or did everyone go to get dinner? I have to know. I'm in the void, guys. I am in the vast void. I was gone. I was gone. Well, it's nice to know no one missed me. Then I don't have to feel bad. I don't have to feel bad. Well, the main... Yeah, we maybe won't play that Exorcist, Subway Exorcist game anymore. But the main thing is that we saved the hot lesbian ghost. We were able to give her her peace so she could move on. That's the main thing. That's the main thing, because she was hot. We didn't want her to suffer. Well, let's see what kicked off across Australia today. Australia, what's going on? No immigrants in my country, thank you. Let's have a gander. Do 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 do. It was pretty fucked. Well, let's see. Here we are in jolly old Melbourne, a Flinders Street station. Oh wait. Look at these lovely upstanding men. Wouldn't you like to bring one of those home to Mama? She would be super happy, I bet. Super happy. Oh God, there's heaps of them. See, I knew shit was gonna kick off. This is why I tell you, Delta, don't go to these places. I don't want you to get bashed. Okay? There's too many people who just want to fight. A lot of the people there, well, I'm not going to say a lot of people there, but a proportional amount of the people there are going to just be there, not necessarily because they even care about any of the politics involved, just because they're like, oh, there's a fight. I want to go fight people. Oh my God, I can't tell what's going on. Like 12 people in Sydney rocked up. Thank you, Sydney, for only having like 12 fuckwits. See, that's my town. Only like, what, like 20 fuckwits tops? Wait, did I speak too soon? Is that Hyde Park? Are there lots of them? Wow, very original chant, guys. Very original chant. No, Melbourne would have definitely have been the biggest. I reckon Melbourne would have been the biggest. I haven't heard people be like openly racist until I moved to Melbourne, right? Because like I'm very, very, very pale. And so people around me, you know, are just like, oh, this girl's, well, I am white. I'm European, but I'm not like Aryan European. And yeah, so if people feel like, oh, I'm in a room of white people, I'll just say whatever. But I've never been around people in Sydney that felt comfortable just to be racist. Like, I've never experienced that. So I would definitely say Melbourne is way more racist. some random bogan spoofing in me and giving me kids? Thank you. Ooh. I mean, not to ooh to the concept in general, but ooh to one of these gentlemen spoofing in me and giving me kids. If this is what security looks like, I'll be fine. Thank you. Thank you. None of you may apply. Apply within. Thank you. See, the thing that I'm worried about is the mainstream political parties are going to have to accommodate some type of anti-immigration policy if they don't want to start losing, especially the Liberal Party, if they don't want to start losing a substantial amount of their voting bloc to One Nation, because what's going to happen is One Nation is going to become the second force in politics if the more mainstream parties don't start taking a harder line on immigration, right? Because this sentiment seems to be growing a lot. It seems to be becoming, you know, whether, you know, people are scapegoating immigrants for all the social problems that are happening in Australia, cost of living crisis, housing prices, yada, 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 when ironically enough, this was all started by the Liberal hero that... the LNP hero, little Johnny Howard, and his big bushy eyebrows kicked off all this shit. But, you know, that will be where it ends. I don't know. That's what I worry about. Well, they've got them in Britain too. Wow. This is a UK. Are you all right over there, mate? What?
Anti-immigration protesters and counter-protesters have clashed across Britain. The chaos unfolding outside hotels used to house asylum seekers. The latest flashpoint, an asylum seeker staying at a hotel in Epping, just outside London, accused of sexually assaulting a teenage girl. Propelling concern over immigration beyond the realm of the far right to British voters' #1 issue.
We don't feel safe. And, you know, we've got all... there's no families, there's no children. It's just all undocumented men.
Now, the man behind Brexit, Nigel Farage, commands the highest approval rating of any prospective leader, as well as his party reform, despite whole...
Fuck off, Nigel. Keep my country's name out of your mouth. No one cares what you have to say. Nigel by name, Nigel by nature. You got no mates, mate. Fuck off.
Good morning, everybody. And he's invoked Australia's border policy in his planned migration crackdown.
The precedent for this is Australia in 2012, where within 2 weeks of Tony Abbott taking the right actions, the boats stopped coming.
Promising to detain and deport all arrivals after numbers rose to record levels in the government.
Oh yes, Tony Abbott, truly a mastermind of policy. Let us all recreate his policies. Truly a genius of our time.
First year, despite this promise.
It's my plan for change that will finally take back control of our borders.
But a legal saga this week has plunged that plan into chaos. First, the government lost its ability to house arrivals at one and potentially many more hotels, only to win it back on appeal, setting up a climactic decision in the coming months on the future of asylum seeker processing.
And we will get out of hotels which aren't a sustainable solution by the end of this parliament. This judgment assists us in doing that.
And has already provoked further protests.
The civil war is unfortunately started.
In London, Ben Downey, 7 News.
Well, you could have told me sooner. I guess we'll watch it again.
While the ugliest scenes were in Melbourne, March for Australia rallies were held in cities across the country.
Yeah, Melbourne, we're just so much better than everybody else. We're so much more open-minded and so much more blah 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 blah. Oh, nya, 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 nya. Yeah, biggest Nazi protests. Congratulations.
Thousands marched, joined in some cities by neo-Nazis and politicians, calling for an end to what they say is mass immigration.
On democracy's doorstep, outspoken One Nation Senator Pauline Hanson praised by the Canberra crowd.
We don't need mass migration, we need governments to pull their heads in and stop wasting Australians' tax dollars.
Defending her presence.
There are neo-Nazis among the crowds around the country today. Do you think it's appropriate for you to be marching in the rally today?
There was people that wanted to also say something to the crowd while we're here. Talk to Pauline and get their bikes for the
Hi, thank you for the ear abuse. What the fuck? How am I supposed to hear anything? There's people yelling over each other. Uncivilized behavior, Pauline. I can't believe it. Coming from you. I don't like it. No, I don't.
Thousands taking to the streets in nationwide anti-immigration rallies.
We absolutely condemn the March for Australia rally that's going on today.
In Brisbane,
we've got to shut that guy!
protesters airing grievances around housing and infrastructure. Migrants joining the Sydney March.
This is not the Australia that I first came to and loved.
There's a guy laying down there, sleeping in the park. We can't even look after our own people.
I'm sick of people ruining the country, okay, and I'm sick of people taking away our homes.
They're calling us racist, but we're not. We just want equal rights.
There are people there of goodwill who want to change policies in relation to this country. But I'd say to them, be careful of the company you keep.
The Adelaide crowd splitting when a man from the neo-Nazi National Socialist Network took to the stage. When the microphone was cut off, he grabbed a megaphone.
Oi, get away from him! You ruined our whole argument.
A scuffle breaking out between protesters, police jumping in.
I don't think that marching alongside neo-Nazis is conducive to social cohesion in this country.
As for the protesters who took their fight directly to federal parliament, the anger was squarely directed at the Prime Minister.
Every Australian deserves to be welcome in their own community. Hate has no place.
Chloe Boris, 10 News.
Wow, you are a big brain. What a big brain sentiment. Oh, where do we see people bashing each other? Melbourne, protest chaos erupts. Yeah, let's watch some people punching each other.
On the streets of Melbourne as thousands of protesters clashed. Police struggled to keep any order as a rally billed as a March for Australia was met by counter-protesters, with officers resorting to pepper spray to stop brawls.
Avi got attacked. I need to see Avi getting attacked. It's gonna make my year. I hate that little bastard. Did the left or the right attack him? Was it a Nazi or a lefty that attacked him? Either way, they both hate him, so it's pretty funny. Imagine being him.
Chaos and violence as anger took over the streets of Melbourne. Two protests shutting down the city.
Hey, Ricochet.
As thousands flew the flag for their beliefs.
The reason for this march was not about racism, not about pro-white. It was about one flag for one nation, one people.
We were a great country until our politicians whatever. They sold us out.
The March for Australia group was the largest, beginning at Flinders Street Station and walking under an anti-immigration.
See, Melbourne, disgusting behavior. I told you you were stinky. The biggest racism march. Congratulations, guy. They just said it was the largest.
Banner. coming head-to-head with counter-protesters who claim the march is racist.
Standing up for mass immigration, we just have to be walking past this.
Pretty sure Palestine was bigger. The Palestinian march was bigger, but they're saying it was the biggest. Melbourne had the biggest march today for this particular issue. Obviously, the Palestine march in Sydney was bigger. They mean out of all the cities that had the "Yay, we love racism" march, Melbourne has the most racists. That's what they're saying. Yay, Melbourne is #1 at racism. Congratulations. What a thing to behold.
So they all jumped us.
Police resources were stretched to the absolute limit. Officers on foot, horseback and bike, sometimes.
I honestly thought that no one was going to show up at the Melbourne one because it kind of wasn't organised and they didn't have like a figurehead, so to speak. So I thought maybe people would just stay home. Also, it was fucking cold today.
Not enough. Eggs flew, flags burned. Anyone and everyone caught in the firing line. A police barricade stopped counter-protesters walking any further south than Collins Street to avoid further clashes. They then marched here to the steps of State Parliament. The two groups came agonisingly close to all-out war. As counter-protesters left,
"You're racist and you're hateful."
the March for Australia stormed towards State Parliament. Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sewell addressed the audience.
We have to stop immigration and become a nation once again.
Tensions flared as the microphone was hijacked.
Always was, always be, it will be Aboriginal land.
Despite police and political pleas, a peaceful protest was nowhere to be seen.
But I hope that people also understand when they're exercising a peaceful right to protest, the police are just there to do their job, and they're doing it in trying circumstances.
Sam Mills, 10 News.
They cut out all the Nazi stuff. Yeah, I want to actually see proper coverage. I want to see Avi Yemeni getting beaten up. Is that wrong? Is there something wrong with me? I really don't like that guy. I want to see him get punched. And Hugo was actually there. Which one was he at? Where does he live? I don't know anything about the guy other than that he's a rich little private school dickhead. March for Australia. Avi Yemeni gets bashed. Show me. Where is he getting? Is he getting punched? I want to watch him get punched. Want to watch him get punched.
It is what it is.
Channel 9 showed it.
Well, Gracie.
Be quiet. No one likes you. Oh, that's not Channel 9 News. That is just Channel 9. Nine News Australia.
Let's head to the States now. And
let's not. Shut your mouth, lady. Where would it be?
let's head to the States now and
Shush. Shush. Shush, shush, shush. This is the only...
Thousands are expected to rally today in cities right across the country as the controversial March for Australia protests call for dramatic cuts to immigration. Lizzie?
Yeah, let's go straight to our 9 Melbourne reporters.
There's your Nazis. Look at them. Here we are, Nazis. It's time to go. Don't take it. Fucking time. It's time to go. Don't take it. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go.
went to go find the Nazis. The little turd who happens to be a dual citizen of a certain theocratic nation in the Middle East decided to go find the Nazis. Like, well, what? So he wanted to get punched in the face. He went content farming. Yeah, 100%. What the fuck, bro? And it's the security guys that are getting bashed. He just assumed the security. I didn't realize he was so short. No wonder he's such a little. He's got manlet rage. He's got manlet rage. That must be why he bashes women.
We're good. We're good. So the Nazis who so that is the group that most of the people here said they don't support. They forced their way in. They forced their way in.
I didn't see him get punched. Oh well. I thought he was gonna get like full on decked by like some Aryan wannabe dude. I don't know. I was expecting something more substantial, so to be honest, you know, a little bit.
Houthi rebels have confirmed the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get like full on knocked out or something. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, two groups of people that you hate bashing each other, but it's like, well, either one of them getting hurt or both of them getting hurt is gonna be pretty fun for me to watch, to be honest. Not gonna lie. The girls are fighting. They're not our girls. They're not our girls. We disavow them. They're pick-me's. They are pick-me's. Presidential alert. Wait, can we still have those if Trump died? Yeah, because there would be a president. There would be a president. Does the vice president become president? I don't know. How does it work? Do they need to have an election? I don't know. Do I care? Not really. Well, it will be interesting to see what the political response to this is in terms of policy. I mean, I don't know. I got a feeling One Nation is going to be getting an uptick in votes. Although those will probably just be votes that people that would have voted Liberal voting One Nation. It just means, yeah, I saw a Delta. Vice President is next in line? Yeah, that's what I assumed. Donald Trump appears at golf after viral online conspiracy theory. What is the viral conspiracy theory? Let us find out together. Exciting times.
Let's head to the States now, and a conspiracy theory has gone viral on social media with growing concerns over Donald Trump's health and whereabouts.
Yeah, let's go live to 9's US correspondent Reid Butler. Reid, people have been posting the hashtag Where is Trump?
Yeah, exactly. And today we have had this update. We have seen the US president in person as he made his way out to the golf course, which isn't exactly news because he does that pretty much every weekend. But the reason everybody is talking about it is because the US president has not been seen in public for several days. And now that is unusual because normally the 79-year-old is everywhere, as we know. But these pictures prove that he is still here.
I thought he just said these bitches prove he's still here, but he said pictures, but it sounded like bitches.
People online were saying that maybe something had happened to him or he'd had a health scare. That hashtag Where is Trump went viral. Indeed, he has had health issues recently. He's been diagnosed with a vein condition that has led to swollen ankles, and he's also been seen with big bruises on his hands, which he covers with makeup. But further fueling the conspiracy too was the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. He recently said in an interview that he was willing to step in and ready to...
Do you reckon anyone's jerking it to Trump's feet? Do you reckon anyone's got a varicose vein bruise fetish? A swollen feet situation? Does anyone out there find that arousing? Delicious Trump feet. Yeah, cut me off some of that, baby. Delicious.
To step in if needed, if there was a terrible tragedy. That fueled the speculation even more, but today, no terrible tragedy. He's just been golfing with his granddaughter, Kai Trump. Everyone just needs to calm down, guys.
Crisis averted. Reid Butler, thank you. They do love a conspiracy theory, don't they?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
When the newscasters try to be funny, we're just like you guys. We're quirky. Nice head, mate. Oh, there was a news reporter. There was a news reporter at this pub I was at in the 2019 grand final. I was at this pub where there were GWS supporters, and this the news reporter guy was just flirting with me the whole time. I was just being nice to him because I was drunk, but he was short. Did you know that news reporter dudes are short? They don't look short on telly, but they are short in real life. Just so you know, ladies. Just so you know. Everyone flirts with me. No, they don't. Not everyone. Just some people. I don't go out very often, but when I do go out, I guess a lot of people flirt with me. But people don't flirt with me very often because I'm usually at home. I just think I have a very friendly face. I'm just a very smiley, bubbly person. So maybe that's why people are like, oh, this girl's nice. She'll probably fuck me. But no, I won't. The likelihood that I would is incredibly low, actually. But yeah, people flirt with me in inappropriate situations, like when they're my doctor. Not appropriate. Not appropriate. I'm gonna have to bring some of my friends onto my stream so they can tell you how flirtable I am. I'm very flirtable. That doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean. Oh, it's the same girls in two different stories. Look. In the past and in the future. Who's massaging me? Who is massaging? Nobody important. Alright, go away. No one likes you. Bye. And it's not my fault if everyone flirts with me. I'm just too adorable. Houthis confirmed Prime Minister killed by Israeli strikes.
Houthi rebels have confirmed the Prime Minister and other ministers were killed in Israeli strikes late last week. The Israeli military targeted sites across the Yemeni capital Sana'a on Thursday. This was in response to the Houthis firing missiles and drones at Israel.
Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran reports from Jerusalem.
Israel has been targeting the Houthi rebels for many months now, but this is the first time a member of the Houthis' leadership has been killed in any strikes. Ahmed al-Rahawi was appointed Prime Minister last year. His role is largely a symbolic one, or a figurehead sort of position, but it does show that after many months of threatening such strikes, Israel has been able to kill a member of the Houthis' leadership. And it confirms what Israeli defence officials were foreshadowing just days ago, that they had made a significant hit in the heart of the Houthis' establishment.
Oh, bang. Yep, that'll do it. That'll definitely kill someone.
It wasn't the only
Oh,
Israeli
that might be his
strike on
head.
Yemen during the week. Israeli forces hitting other sites, including power stations and an area near the presidential compound in the capital, Sana'a. That's in retaliation for Houthi missiles fired at Israel.
Fights in the desert, wears green camo. Yeah. You want the brown. You want the brown and yellow camo. Definitely not very big brained.
And what the group says is solidarity with Hamas and the people of Gaza. Thousands of Yemenis took to the streets on Friday to protest against the war in Gaza. The rally just a day after these strikes, which we now know have killed the Prime Minister. The Houthis have been attacking ships in the Red Sea and firing missiles and drones at Israel. Those missiles and drones, many of them are in...
Oh, be careful. If Hassan hears you, he'll get a boner. He gets a boner over the Houthi pirates. He was like flirting with one on stream. They were like telling each other how much they love each other. It's kind of cute, actually. It's kind of cute and like a homoerotic, like, will they make out? Will they ever meet? Will there ever be a day where Hassan and his Houthi lover can be together? Hopefully one day.
Intercepted before they reach their targets, not really causing any damage apart from any debris which is strewn across Israel. But the disruption that they cause is a large part of what the Houthis are trying to achieve.
Three are dead after a mob sets fire to an Indonesian parliament building. Or two Indonesian parliament building. I guess maybe it's the main building?
Let's turn to overseas news now. Indonesia's President Prabowo Subianto has cancelled a planned trip to China later this week as anti-government protests in the country gain momentum. Demonstrators clashed with police and 3 government workers have died in the latest unrest after protesters torched a council building.
Well, the rallies began on Monday over generous allowances paid to members of...
It was quiet last weekend. They were saving everything up for this weekend. Everybody was saving up all of the activities for this weekend.
Parliament, but they've now become anti-police demonstrations after police drove an armoured car into crowds on Thursday, killing a rideshare motorcycle driver. Indonesia correspondent Tim Swanston has more from Jakarta.
Well, tensions are certainly growing here on the streets of Jakarta. Those pops that you can hear are the return fire of protesters. They're firing fireworks at riot police, who in turn are firing tear gas back at them. What started as protests against the government earlier this week have really morphed into an anti-police movement here on the streets of Jakarta. Right across Indonesia, people are graffitiing ACAB,
Yummy,
all sorts of
yummy.
anti-police sentiments, and you can really hear that this clash between protesters and police right now is picking up. This movement, there's a lot of energy behind it as many Indonesians, especially young Indonesians, let out what they feel is simmering anger and simmering tensions about the state of the economy, what they see as perceived inequality between, say, the entitlements that members of parliament receive and how they live.
Yeah, well, it's not a good time as a politician to be enriching yourself when your populace is suffering. That's a really, really good way to set off a revolution. That's how most revolutions in history have happened, even if it's like the aristocracy in France or, you know, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's always a really fucking stupid idea, or at least try to be like discreet about it, for God's sakes, guys.
The cost of living that they experience every day and the poverty that many Indonesians experience. Here is what some of those protesters had to tell me just a little bit earlier.
This month, governments increased the price of rice and rose our taxes to increase the income of members of parliament.
I feel hopeless for this country.
Well, if they didn't increase your taxes, how are they supposed to give themselves a pay rise? Like, come on. But yeah. Fucked up. Pretty fucked up.
Actually, we are all on the street right now to voice our concern to those people in power.
Now, this violence is spreading out right across the country. In South Sulawesi, at least 3 people were killed in a government building there after it was set on fire by protesters. Much of this anger towards police has been directed just a few days after police drove an armoured vehicle towards protesters on Thursday, and that killed a delivery rider. We saw very significant outpouring of grief for that delivery driver just in the last few days. A funeral, a procession of delivery bikes here in Jakarta, but you can clearly tell there's a lot of white-hot rage and anger that's built up over a long time here. This isn't going away anytime soon, despite President Prabowo Subianto calling for calm in recent days.
I'm really interested to know what the numbers of protesters were, if there's any. If there's any. Sorry, pardon. Macron made a video for worldwide Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Yeah, I've got a virus, I think. I think I'm not well. Oh, Abiy Yemeni is calling out the racist, the Nazis. That's rich of you, mate. Wow.
We're here to support the country, man. Come on.
That made my butthole clench. That really made my butthole clench.
Do you love Australia?
I love Australia. I love Australia. I would never move anywhere else.
110%. What do you feel about the crowd? Yeah, so...
I just want to watch him get punched. Why didn't he get punched? Whoa. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't do our puzzles. That's why the universe is out of whack. We gotta do our puzzles, guys. I can't see what you wrote, Delta. It was probably something rude. Stop being rude. Alright. We have the letter O, the letter I, the letter U, the letter M, the letter H, the letter R, the letter C. We can have the word roach. Just like Abiy Yemeni. A cockroach. It's not a word. Well, that's rude. See you next. Oh yeah, the letters are O, I, U, M, H, R, and you have to use the letter C. Sorry guys, Oh, church. Micro penis. Micro penis. I wanna be a micro penis. Oh, we finished the game. Micro penis. Oh, we can't do the crossword anymore. We'll have to go to the other one. Drum and bass. All right. This game is connections. There are 16 words. There are 4 categories. There are 4 words make up a category. We don't know what the categories are, so we have to group together 4 words and guess what category. Like, put together 4 words that may form a category, and if we guess them correct, then we guess them correct, and we have to do it with all of the words, with all 4 of the categories to win the game, and we have 4 lives. Did I explain that properly? Probably not. I don't know. We got the word drum, we got the word bass, or it could be bass, fish, cards, fiddle, roast, does, flame, chop, axes, blast, dice, coordinate, pieces, board, and bash. Chop, axes, dice. Macho man, I want to be a macho man. Macho man, I wanna be a macho. Lots of overlap? Yeah, there is. There's a lot of overlap. What about fiddle as in violin, drum as in drum, bass as in like bow chicka wow wow, dice, cards, pieces, board? I thought that too. Yeah, it could be game stuff, pieces, cards, board, and dice, board game stuff. Yeah, common components of board games. Fiddle, bass, drum. No, there's not another one, is there? Nope. Coordinate. Yeah, axes could be guitar actually. Let's try axes, fiddle, drum, and bass. Nope. Flame. Huh, I don't know. I just don't know. My brain is small and my ass is big. Don't ask little old me. I'm just a girl. Howdy ho, neighborino. I'm so delirious. I'm mixing up all of the shows. Blast, chop, flame, bash, video game action. Oh, that's a good idea. Blast, chop, flame, bash. No. Is there a cooking thing? There could be a cooking thing. Chop, roast. Chop, roast, flame, and... Macho, macho man. I want to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. I am so sleepy today. Head empty? Head is empty. Head is very empty. My head is very empty. My head's empty all the time though. What are we talking about? When has it ever been full? Blast furnace, blast over, blast what? Blast powder? Powder? Powder. Blast powder. Let's go to the circus of life together. My brain is making up weird songs and I don't know what I'm saying anymore. La la la. La 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 la. Coordinate. Roast. Roast and flame both mean to like roast, flame, blast, and bash. Things you do when you make fun of someone. Yeah, that's... Did we come to that at the same time? I think we did. Criticize harshly. Alright. We tried that, so that's not it. Fiddle. Fiddle, fiddle. I didn't try it? I didn't try what? Try it, try it, try it, try it. Oh my god. Axis fiddle bass drum? Did I not try it? I thought I tried it. I thought that was the second thing I tried and it said no. It said yo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I tried it. You are an unreliable narrator. You are. You are, Delta. But I hear your dad's rich and hot. I don't know. I just added the last part. Oh, chopstick. Chopsticks, fiddlesticks, fish sticks, drumsticks. Good thinking. Good thinking. You did it. I didn't know, Delta. You just said that your dad owns a bunch of houses. And I said, I'm listening. Fish sticks? Yeah, fish have dicks. I don't know. How do they make baby fishes? Nobody knows. Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alert. I said fish sticks. It's not my fault I can't talk properly, okay? Why is everyone being mean to me? Setting for a lighthouse. Cliff? I don't know. Setting for a lighthouse. More skilled. Spanish actress and flamenco guitarist. Selma Hayek? I don't know. Can she play? Can she play? Pagliassi baritone. I don't know. That's like miffed but good. Prickly flora. Cactus. Cacti. Detest. Core strengthening floor exercise. Sit up. Like ghost stories. Cathedral cross. Setting for a lighthouse. More skilled. Spanish actress. Should I change it to plank? I don't know. Cathedral cross. Cathedral. Thinking about cathedrals. Where's the cross in a cathedral? Wherever it wants to be, I guess. Miffed, but good. If planked, the 9 can be irked. Alright, let's change it. Miffed, but good. The cathedral itself is a cross. Setting for a lighthouse. More skilled. The movie The Lighthouse. I haven't seen it. I just know it's got that what's his name in it? The freaking I don't know. I'm too tired. Cathedral cross. One across Cape. That does make sense. Then what could more skilled be then? More skilled. Spanish actress. I don't know any Spanish actresses. Isn't that bad? But I don't. Because then when I think of like somebody that's like... Do they mean Spanish speaking or actually from Spain? Because if they mean actually from Spain... Because I only know like... I don't know. Cathedral Cross. More skilled. Two. I abhor you. I abhor you. Oh, this girl was in Jane the Virgin. One of the people always had daydreams about this Spanish actress who was a flamenco guitarist, and they were obsessed with her. And her name was like Chani or something. I don't know. I want to say it was that, but I don't remember exactly. I'm just gonna put that in. I don't know. Like ghost stories. Charo! It was Charo! That's who it was. It was Charo. So this will be eerie. Oh. No, it won't. Take that back. Yeah, it could be spelt differently, I guess. Cathedral Cross. I don't know. I don't know you. More skilled. Yeah, I did try it like that. Then what is more skilled? Abled. 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 So what's this then? Cathedral Cross. I'm getting a cheat. Reveal word. Oh, we revealed the word and we won. Abler. You're abler. Charo, rude. I don't know. A cathedral thingy is a rude. A rod. A rudy rod. A roddy poo poo platter. I don't know, guys. My brain is made out of mush. Between the ghosts and the ghost girls and the exorcist ladies and everybody else. It's when you're able or you're abler or you're ableist. I don't know. It's American grammar. We'll never understand. Like a guy that murders twice? Possibly. Let's see what the weird Desi Freeman is doing. What's he doing? Is he still a free man? Let us see. Anything from today? 7 hours ago. 9 hours ago. We need a Fabio update. We
the
do.
The wife and children of alleged gunman Desi Freeman have spoken publicly for the first time since Tuesday's fatal...
Did she say alleged fire gunman instead of alleged? Is that how we're saying it now, posh blonde lady? Alleged. You have not been alleged of crimes. You have been alleged of crimes. What the heck?
First time since Tuesday's fatal shooting of 2 police officers in Victoria's High Country. Harvey Biggs is at Ovens and publicly for the first time. Gunman Desi Freeman have spoken of alleged gunman Desi Freeman. The wife and children of alleged gunman Desi.
Yeah, she said alleged. Listen, I'm not joking. She's dumb. She was dropped on the head as a child. You were dropped on the head as a child. You're... No. Not allowed.
The wife and children of alleged gunman Desi Freeman have spoken publicly for the first time since Tuesday's fatal shooting of 2 police officers in Victoria's High Country. Harvey Biggs is...
Is that a new like type of private school thing to differentiate yourself from the rest of us povos? We don't say alleged, we say alleged.
At Ovens, where authorities have based their search for Mr. Freeman. Hi there, Harvey. So what did his family say?
Good morning, Mel. Well, yes, we now have a statement from Amelia Freeman, Desi Freeman's wife, who says, in part, on behalf of my children and myself, I wish to share our deep sorrow for the loss of the lives of Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devart. We are truly sorry for your loss and the suffering and grief that the families, friends and colleagues of the men are now experiencing. My children and I respect the important work of Victoria Police and do not hold anti-authoritarian views. She goes on to echo the requests of Victoria Police for the swift and safe conclusion of this tragedy. Appealing directly to Desi,
Guys, my headphones are almost out of power because I've been streaming so long today. I might actually have to go soon to recharge my headphones.
I quote, please, Desi, if you see or hear this, call 000 and arrange a surrender plan with the police. And she also urges anyone who might be harbouring or helping.
I do have a cable, but I don't know if I can use them while it's plugged in. Hang on, let me see. Let me have a look.
Desi, or anyone who might have any information about...
No, they don't work when it's plugged in. They don't work when it's plugged in. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go, guys. I'm gonna have to go. Oh, you're gonna miss me. It's gonna be so sad for you. It's okay. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably. Alright, guys. Anyway, it's probably time to go, honestly. I've kind of lost my mind from streaming. I've kind of got insane. It's probably for the best. I'm gonna hop into bed on my electric blankie, on my joints. It's gonna be delicious. Oh, thank you for following, Jackardy. We're literally just leaving. You just came? I know. You'll have to come tomorrow night then. You are at record time. Yeah. Bloody hell. All right. Yeah, but this is, I can't do this. I gotta go. I gotta go, guys. Yeah, see you guys. Bye. Boop. Boop. How do I don't even remember how to turn off the stream. I'm so tired. Here we go. See you guys. Bye.